I was an agriculturalist, trying to get all I could for the land. But at that time, I've realized that this land is not just a resource to be used and abused. It's something that we have to take care of and look at all of it. We have to go back to the way it was if we're going to save these precious natural resources we've been given to enjoy.
Over the last several decades, we've been losing thousands and thousands of acres of our wetland habitats. Oil and gas, livestock production, agricultural producers, you name it. When you look at what the prairie used to be, you've lost all that water storage.
The river has some parts that are breathtakingly beautiful, but there are other places you want to cry because it's so dirty. And it's all the same river. Right now, we have an opportunity to take this gem, polish it off, and show it to the world.
The situation for fishing in state waters was just terrible, and we decided we were going to do something about it.
You gotta want to do it. You gotta want to be in this business. I've been going out there so long, it's just part of me now.
Here's my take. Every bend is a new adventure. It's just you and nature.
I'm kind of the steward for this land that's here. Hopefully I leave it better than the way I found it.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Cynthia Pickett Stevenson, the board chair of Texan by Nature. We are very pleased to welcome you to the delayed 2020 Conservation Summit. We're thrilled to have each of you join us. We have you here in person and over 300 people registered virtually, so we expect this to be a very significant day. I want to take a moment here and tell you that our wonderful leader, Joni Carswell, has had a family emergency and she can't be with us today, but let's keep her and her family in our prayers. So for many months, we've been anticipating this conversation and the opportunities we can do with the information and the great programs that are going to be featured today for our conservation wranglers. One thing I know is that during this pandemic, I've sought out something normal to go do, just to remind myself that this too will end. And nature has been that resource. I mean, the springtime with the birds and all of the patterns of nature, the greenness, it has, as our Center for Health and Nature is establishing, our health and well-being are tied to nature, so we need to take care of it. And our research studies are going to advance that, and soon we will have doctors writing prescriptions for time in nature. With deep appreciation for our natural resources, we are excited to explore the future of conservation with you all today. We have created a new model together with you all. There are about 100 conservation organizations in Texas, and 95 of them are our partners. We have every facet of industry joined together with us, holding hands to figure out how we can preserve our natural resources for people, for critters, and for our habitat. And we are under significant pressures as we sit here today because others are finding what we have in this beautiful state. So today, we need to take the big ideas that you're going to see. We need to join hands together. We need to roll out this model in a way that only Texans by nature can, and we will advance this model across our country and the world. We want to thank our partners and sponsors, HEB, Dell Technologies, Enbridge, Marathon Petroleum, Phillips 66, EOG Resources, D.D. Rose, Carolyn and David Miller, the Lyda Hill Philanthropies, and our silver and bronze sponsors as well. Your generosity makes us possible makes our work possible, and our partnerships and our mission will drive the impact for years to come. As you've seen a little piece of from this introductory video, it's in our hands, and we're going to speak for things that have no voice, and together we're going to make an enormous difference. Today, we want to challenge each of you to listen to what these conservation wranglers have done to advance the mission across our great state. And we want you to engage. We want to have you ask yourself, how can I take these great actions and conduct and plans that you're going to witness today and employ them in my personal lives and in our businesses? So help us and join us in shaping the future of conservation, nature, business, hand in hand with conservation to change not only Texas but the world. Now, I'd like to ask Neil Wilkins to come up here and share a few thoughts. Neil?
Thank you, Cynthia. I'm your stand-in today for Joni Carswell. Not the look you would have if Joni were here, but it's what you're going to have to put up with. So, I'm a board member for Texan by Nature. Been a board member for 10 years, and as Cynthia mentioned, we want you to engage in dialogue today. We set up a Slack channel for everyone to have real-time discussion. And you can join us for those of you that aren't here, please join that Slack channel at Conservation Summit, all one word, conservationsummit.slack.com. That's conservationsummit.slack.com. If you prefer, you can also email to info@texanbynature.org with questions, but we encourage you to engage live on the Conservation Summit Slack channel. As you're getting connected, I just want to take a moment to extend our deepest appreciation to our partners and sponsors. It goes without saying that 2020 was a difficult year, and want to thank each of our partners for helping us continue our work and accelerate conservation across the state of Texas. I'm going to repeat our sponsors and underwriters' names just so that you can absorb those and think about what it means to have these types of businesses committed to conservation in Texas. HEB, Dell Technologies, Enbridge, Marathon Petroleum, Phillips 66, EOG Resources, D.D. Rose, Carolyn and David Miller, Cynthia and Don Stevenson, Lyda Hill Philanthropies, and our silver and bronze sponsors as well, which you'll see their names on the screens as we go. Your generosity every year, but especially what you committed during 2020, will help us achieve our vision and seek bigger and bolder visions from 2021 and beyond. These bigger, bolder goals are especially pertinent this year as we celebrate our 10th anniversary. It's been an exciting 10 years, building on the original vision of former First Lady former First Lady Laura Bush. We have 95 conservation partners. These are business partners from every industry in Texas, and we have projects that impact all of Texas' 254 counties. Our dream of bringing conservation and business together to act as an accelerator for conservation and a strategic resource for business is well on its way. Over the next 10 years, we envision every single Texan and every single business taking part in conservation. This will be conservation and stewardship of our state's natural resources. And if you think about the enormity of our state, 177 million acres, that means that each and every single one of you will need to be engaged. I'll keep this next part brief so that we can get right into the content of the day, but I'd like to set the tone of the summit, which is the future of conservation. I hope you're thinking about this, and I hope you're curious. I hope you're joining us today because you're interested in what it takes to make Texas the model of conservation into the future. I hope you're joining us because you want to be a part of this model and shape the future of the conservation efforts that we have here in Texas. I hope you're joining because you're proud to be Texan by nature. We're lucky to live in a state prosperous in economy, natural resources, and people. We have the opportunity to explore today and how bringing these benefits together in a way that is much more than 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. So what is the future of conservation? To us, it is collaboration, it's innovation, it's economics, it's gaining a positive return on conservation for the people of the state of Texas. It's private, it's public, and it's using resources in imaginative new ways. It's true deep partnerships and commitment between everyone such that conservation is not a separate project, group, or conversation, but part of our state's DNA. Conservation must be a part of who we are as citizens, family members, leaders, entrepreneurs, and humans. It's a partnership that yields innovation and returns that positively shape our resources, health, and economy. As we continue to define and evolve the definition and example of the future of conservation, I challenge you to engage today through these programs. How does each project apply to you? How can their learnings, ideas, and innovations be utilized in your home, in your business, and in your community? Ask yourself, what if each of us met someone new today? What if we each looked at a project in a different way? What if we each modeled something we learned here today and reached out to collaborate with those who are doing it now? Join us today in shaping the future of conservation. For each panel today, and we'll have 3 panels, I'll introduce all 4 speakers and we'll share the presentation in succession. After the final speaker, we'll have time for live Q&A for all panelists, so we have people joining us remotely. Our first panel covers collaborative conservation. Collaboration is widely proven to achieve better results, more innovative solutions, deeply engaged team members, high loyalty and morale. Research shows that teams working collaboratively stick to the task 64% longer than those in solitary endeavors. They report higher engagement levels, they cite lower fatigue levels, and have a higher success rate. Collaborative conservation spanning business, landowners, communities, and natural resource organizations yield similar positive results. With our diversity of ecosystems, industry, and people, we have an opportunity to model a future that builds on collaborative efforts, where we learn from one another, build upon new ideas, and utilize our expertise to the fullest. Today, we'll learn from best-in-class examples of collaboration, detailing landowner, community, industry, and NGO liaisons that result in big impact. From youth, energy, urban, and rural development, these projects exemplify broad, far-reaching goals and impact. During this session, you'll hear from Melinda Taylor and Billy Tarrant from the Respect Big Bend Coalition. You'll hear from Karen Beadle, Vice President of ESG and Stakeholder Engagement from Marathon Petroleum. You'll hear from Sarah Coles from Texas Children in Nature. You'll hear from Julia Murphy, Deputy Chief Sustainability Officer for the City of San Antonio. Please join me in thanking these presenters as we start the panel.
Hello, I'm Melinda Taylor. I'm on the faculty of the University of Texas School of Law, and I'm part of the Mitchell Foundation's Respect Big Bend team. I'm delighted to be able to talk to you today about our Respect Big Bend program, and so honored to be able to present along with the other recipients of the Texan by Nature Conservation Wrangler recognition. We so appreciate being recognized as a Conservation Wrangler. So I'm going to talk to you today about Respect Big Bend, which is an initiative that the Mitchell Foundation launched a couple of years ago to empower communities to participate in decisions about energy siting in Texas. First part of my presentation, I'll just tell you a little bit about RBB, why the foundation started the project, And then I'll talk in a bit more detail about what Respect Big Bend is, including the development by design framework that we use in the project. And I'll focus even more on our stakeholder and community engagement efforts, which are really the heart and soul of our project. So, as I've mentioned, the Cynthia and George Mitchell Foundation initiated Respect Big Bend and have funded a great deal of the work of RBB. Mr. Mitchell was a leader in the oil and gas industry in Texas. He pioneered the combined use of horizontal drilling and hydraulic fracking to enable a lot of oil and gas in very tight shale formations to be commercially produced. And he was also a very committed sustainability and conservation advocate. So this project and other work that's funded by the Mitchell Foundation is a reflection of his commitment and Mrs. Mitchell's commitment to sustainability. So in Texas, we have a lot of big open spaces, especially in West Texas, iconic, beautiful places that people not from Texas assume look like the rest of Texas. And we know that that's not the case. These places are increasingly rare across our state, but in West Texas, they still dominate the landscape. A few years ago, the Mitchell Foundation recognized that even these beautiful, out-of-the-way, remote locations with all this unique biodiversity and other values could potentially be impacted by energy development down the road. Energy is a vitally important industry to our state. We're the largest oil and gas producer in the country. We're also the largest wind energy producer in the country, and our solar sector is growing dramatically. Nobody expects that to change, but as we continue to produce more and more energy in Texas, there's more and more of a threat to these iconic places, and just an importance in making sure that if and when energy is developed in these far reaches of our state, it's done so in a way that respects the community's values and minimizes any of the negative impacts that can come with energy development. We focused on the Trans-Pecos ecoregion, the area west of the Pecos River, which contains some very diverse landscapes, everything from desert grasslands to scrublands to high elevation mountain habitats, sky islands that provide important habitat for species you don't find anywhere else in our state, like black bear or mountain lions. It's also a region that's important for the dark skies that are found out in West Texas. I'm sure most of you are aware that the McDonald Observatory, which is part of the University of Texas system, is in the Davis Mountains, just uphill from Fort Davis, and it contains some of the darkest skies in North America. And as a result, it's a destination place for researchers, astronomers from all over the world who go there to use the telescopes and the system, the research system there. The communities of West Texas, Fort Davis and Alpine and Marfa, are all unique. They have their own personalities. They are tourist destinations. They're places where visitors from all over Texas and people from outside Texas go to experience the great outdoors, or go to hear live music, or see art, or film movies. There have been a number of sort of famous movies filmed in and around Marfa, especially with Giant and No Country for Old Men and others. But they're unique places. They've been kind of isolated from the energy development that's occurred at a more intense pace up in the Permian Basin to their northeast. But again, some of the residents of these communities have been concerned about the potential for energy development to come their way in the future. The Mitchell Foundation commissioned some public opinion research before we put the RBB project together. And without going into a lot of the details of that research, the big takeaways for us were that, first of all, the residents of Texas, including far West Texas, respect the energy industry, understand how important energy is to our state economy, and they welcome development in a broad sense in our state. On the other hand, residents are aware of and concerned about potential negative impacts that can accompany energy development, damage to infrastructure, the potential for water contamination, crime, which they associate with an influx of workers or people, just the population growing in an area, and price inflation. That's a phenomenon, of course, that Midland and Odessa experienced, and Pecos and other towns in West Texas during the recent oil boom, with the price of hotel rooms skyrocketing, housing going up, and the like. And residents are concerned about that, and they raise those concerns. So the RBB project was put together really to try to give the stakeholders, the community members in West Texas, a vantage point or a platform from which they could first articulate what's most important to them about their region, and then also provide input to the energy sector if and when energy development speeds up and potentially, in fact, impacts their region. So the foundation funded a variety of organizations with strong science and technical expertise, as well as skills with communications and public opinion research and outreach skills to policymakers and the like. And we obtained some very important funding as well from other foundations, the Meadows Foundation, the Permian Basin Area Foundation, the King Foundation, and the Stillwater Foundation. We're very grateful to all of those funders for their support. The group developed a mission statement, which again reflects that balance that I keep talking about, that recognition that responsible energy development is something to be encouraged in Texas. But it's also important for stakeholders to have an opportunity to articulate the things about their region that they hold most dear and provide input to decision-making about energy development. Our study area was the 18-county area that's outlined here in black. It's the Trans-Pecos region, essentially. It includes the Permian Basin, so our research included the areas that are kind of in the heart of the Permian, as well as these areas of far west Texas, the Tri-County area, where there's been very little energy development to date. The stakeholder advisory group that we put together, though, all comes from the Tri-County area, from Presidio, Brewster, and Jeff Davis counties. We know and have always known since we started this project how important it is to engage the community. And in addition to just getting the best information possible about what resources, what aspects of their communities are most important to the residents there, it's a way to build buy-in to the process and to the outcomes of the process, so that what we produce through this project won't be a report that just goes on somebody's shelf and gathers dust over time, but actually is a living tool that these communities and others can avail themselves of going forward. So we put together a stakeholder advisory group early on with representatives that are landowners and mineral owners, representatives from the oil and gas industry, as well as the renewable sector, conservation organizations and state agencies, Texas Parks and Wildlife in particular, and then community members who were not large landowners, but people who, county commissioner, for example, a minister, a business owner, others who live in these communities and care about their long-term sustainability and desirability. The stakeholder advisory group defined its roles and responsibilities, and which I've listed here. Note that we have worked throughout from the very beginning to minimize politics in these discussions. This isn't about promoting one type of energy over another or anything like that. This is meant to be as constructive a process as possible, and we have wanted our SAG members to speak freely and share their thoughts and perspectives and objections when they have them as we go through the process. We also held a series of landowner workshops with people outside the SAG to educate them about what we were doing, and a seminar series, which initially was live and eventually had to be converted to Zoom, unfortunately, but had good attendance at those events. So, having gathered lots of information from our stakeholder advisory group and other members of the public, we launched the Development by Design framework, which involves the steps that are described or listed here on this slide. And the first of those steps is to develop a conservation vision for the region. So our SAG spent quite a bit of time talking about those attributes of the Tri-County area that they care most about and that they want to protect going forward. This is three of the conservation values that they identified. There were 3 or 4 others, but the ranching heritage and private property rights is sort of the umbrella under which everything else falls, because all the members of the SAG, whether they were landowners or not, said over and over again how important it was to preserve large, intact ranches, because those are the places where the other values that the communities enjoy come from. This is a part of, Texas is 95% privately owned, and that applies just as much in West Texas as anywhere else, despite the existence of Big Bend National Park and a couple of other parks out there. Still, a lot of the important places are found on private lands. Then we took the information we had gleaned from the SAG and represented those values through spatially on these maps. And this was a pretty involved process that was led by the Nature Conservancy, very interesting process that resulted in a cumulative values map that I'm showing you here. And without going into a lot of detail about this, suffice it to say that the more green an area is, the more values are associated with that area. So it's those areas are valued for habitat, for ranching heritage, for dark skies, etc. So you can see that the Tri-County area where our SAG came from is sort of disproportionately green, or there is a lot of important conservation areas in that Tri-County area. We also projected future energy development. So both oil and gas, this is actually a map of previous oil and gas development in the Tri-County area, but we made projections looking forward, and you're not expected to read the numbers on that table, but the Bureau of Economic Geology led this work, and they estimated, based on the geology of the region, the wind speeds and sort of wind resources, as well as the solar radiation and the slope of the areas, how many acres were potentially suitable for various types of energy development. That was their contribution to the project. So again, going back to this development by design, there was the creation of a conservation vision, projection of energy, future energy development, and then the place where those two factors overlap, where there might be development, for example, in a place that has a high conservation value, those places are identified as areas of potential impact, where mitigation would be appropriate, avoidance or mitigation. We're currently in the process of finalizing our report with the Stakeholder Advisory Group. It was presented to the SAG last week at the most recent Stakeholder Advisory Group meeting, and we'll be unveiling that and kind of rolling it out to the community and to the state at large over the next few weeks. We've had a very high level of engagement throughout this process from the SAG members, as well as other members of the community at those landowner workshops and the seminar series. So we feel really good about where we are with this process. I think it's been enormously rewarding to work with the Stakeholder Advisory Group and to hear their perspective about what's most important to them in their region. So I think the big takeaways for us are that we've developed a decision framework through this development by design process that certainly could be developed in other parts of the state where there's either ongoing or the potential for new energy development. It's also a tool that can be used to prioritize areas for restoration, whether that's to connect areas that are currently fragmented from a habitat standpoint, or to improve habitat for species or improve water quality, whatever the objective is. This type of spatial tool, I think, can be very useful. The fact that the process was driven by the stakeholders and reflects their values and what they hold most important, I think, is going to result in a product that has a long shelf life. And we hope to be able to use the product to help individual landowners in the future and contribute to decisions about energy siting that the energy companies themselves are engaged in. In Texas, there's not a regulatory process through which stakeholders have a say about energy siting, and that's a choice that policymakers have made. But we think through this sort of cooperative knowledge sharing initiative that, again, is driven by the people who are going to be affected by energy development, we can give them a voice going forward. So thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you all today and look forward to your
Hello, I'm Karen Beadle with Marathon Petroleum. I serve as the Vice President of ESG, or Environment, Social, and Governance, as well as Stakeholder Engagement. My business card is an 8x10. I lead a team that drives Marathon strategies for stakeholder engagement, sustainability reporting, community investment, media, and issues management. To begin, I'd like to tell you a little bit about Marathon, or MPC. We started in 1887 and have been in business for more than 130 years. We're headquartered in Findlay, Ohio, with national operations across refining, midstream, which includes natural gas gathering and processing, pipelines, logistics, and energy storage, among other things, as well as retail marketing. MPC currently operates 13 refineries in 12 states with 2.9 million barrels per day of refining capacity. Our MPLX operates midstream energy infrastructure and provides fuel distribution services. We have 7,100 branded retail outlets in 35 states, the District of Columbia, and Mexico that are run by independent entrepreneurs. And we've been expanding the volume of renewable fuels we produce and market. We strive to be an industry leader in sustainability by emphasizing environmental and social responsibility with safe and reliable operations. Our commitment to sustainability means creating shared value with our many stakeholders, empowering people to achieve more, contributing to progress in our communities, and protecting the environment we all share. MPC was just recognized for the 4th year in a row as a U.S. EPA Energy Star Partner of the Year, and we were the only recipient in our industry to receive the Sustained Excellence Award. In communities where we operate, we're committed to engaging our stakeholders and doing our part to improve the lives and well-being of our neighbors and community members. In 2020, which was such a trying year for all of us, MPC invested more than $17 million in our communities between the MPC Foundation, company giving, and employee donations and the company matching programs. Most recently, building on our company's commitment to sustainability and lowering carbon intensity, we increased our renewable fuel production with facilities in Dickinson, North Dakota, Cincinnati, Ohio, and a facility under development in Martinez, California. Our aim is to significantly lower greenhouse gas emissions, air pollutants, and water use. We were also the first independent U.S. downstream company to establish a greenhouse gas emissions intensity reduction target. The target is to reduce GHG emissions intensity 30% by 2030 from 2014 levels, and it's linked to employee and executive compensation. We're grateful for our significant presence in Texas, a great place to live and work. We have 2 refineries as well as multiple logistics operations, including gas processing and crude gathering, with a significant presence in the Permian Basin. We have transport and rail operations in Texas and an office in San Antonio, which is home to approximately 1,500 employees, including me. Our Galveston Bay refinery is located in Texas City off the entrance to Houston Ship Channel. With 1,800 employees, GBR has a refining capacity of 593,000 barrels per calendar day. MPC supports many programs, organizations, and initiatives that work to protect our environment in the Texas City region. We're proud to be a Texan by Nature certified site and have 4 sites certified by the Wildlife Habitat Council. Our refinery actively supports the local United Way, the Galveston County Fair and Rodeo, and the Galveston Bay Area Habitat for Humanity, to name a few. Our El Paso refinery is located 3 miles east of downtown El Paso. With 440 employees, the El Paso refinery has a refining capacity of approximately 131,000 barrels per calendar day. This refinery was one of the first in the U.S. to install a wet gas scrubber to reduce emissions, and is equipped with a flare gas recovery system which eliminates continuous waste gas flaring. It's a priority of ours to be actively involved in efforts that have a positive impact on the El Paso community. MPC provides $1.5 million in annual community investment funds to nonprofit organizations in El Paso and the Permian Basin. Our approach to sustainability spans the environmental, social, and governance dimensions of our operations. It encompasses our commitment to creating shared value with our many stakeholders. Through strategic investment and innovation, we can play a role in helping society achieve economic growth, environmental preservation, and resource conservation to address the needs of future generations. We operate with a spirit of safety and environmental stewardship, integrity, respect, inclusion, and collaboration. These principles and a commitment to open and ongoing dialogue guide how we approach stakeholder engagement. We value the positive relationships built with our local communities. At each of our sites, we seek to understand our stakeholders' goals, projects, and concerns, and then incorporate that feedback into our business strategies. Through these partnerships with communities, leaders, and nonprofits, we have been able to play a part in some far-reaching projects to conserve natural resources, restore habitats, and protect endangered species. I'd like to share a few of these projects as examples of collaborative conservation. The Paso del Norte Trail is roughly a 68-mile county-wide trail located in El Paso County. A portion of this trail, about 8.3 miles, is not far from our El Paso refinery. The development of this trail was a community-driven, collaborative effort between the Paso del Norte Health Foundation, Paso del Norte Community Foundation, and City of El Paso. This trail supports conservation and ecotourism by preserving the history and culture of the region and making healthy living an easy choice for this unique, binational community. I'm happy to share that a grant from the MPC Foundation, along with the support of private and public resources, created a regional amenity for all to enjoy. Currently, 22 miles of the trail is complete. An array of wildlife can be found along the Paso del Norte Trail, including the burrowing owls. These owls are the smallest of their species. In fact, they are a little larger than a robin. Unlike most owls, they are very active during the day, and they nest in underground burrows. These owls, instead of flying away, often run or flatten themselves against the ground when disturbed. Literally, this is collaborative conservation in our backyard. The Texas hornshell mussel was added to the list of endangered and threatened species in March of 2018 by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The Texas hornshell is a freshwater mussel that was once easily found in free-flowing rivers and streams in southern New Mexico and the Rio Grande River Basin in Texas. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service estimates that the hornshell currently occupies only 15% of its historical range. Marathon Petroleum Logistics partnered with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the U.S. Bureau of Land Management, and the nonprofit conservation organization Center of Excellence in a candidate conservation agreement to protect the Texas hornshell mussel and other covered species in the Permian Basin. MPC was able to contribute funds in support of research as well as training designed to protect the species. Marathon Petroleum Logistics uses a non-traditional method to transplant the Brack's fishhook cactus and Brack hardwell cactus. During the winter, the cacti are removed when dormant. We carefully store them, and they are relocated in the spring. While currently the number of transplants is small, the percentage of survival is noteworthy. We're looking into a process to transplant larger numbers of Brack's cacti using the same timing and techniques, which we hope leads to better transplant protocol and survival rates. Our hope is that our methodology could be adopted by state and government entities and our data be picked up by a university partner. This is still a work in progress. Our Galveston Bay refinery is a supporter of the Texas City Prairie Preserve, which is a 2,300-acre nature preserve of Moses Lake and Galveston Bay in Texas City. The Nature Conservancy's Prairie Preserve is a great example of native coastal tallgrass prairie management and stewardship. The preserve is home to over 280 species of birds, 300 plants, and harvests over 5,000 pounds of native seed for restoration efforts both on and off the preserve. The Nature Conservancy safeguards this rare habitat and engages the community to develop restoration strategies that can be applied across the greater Houston-Galveston region. MPC is proud to partner with the Nature Conservancy. In addition to providing a grant, our refinery's wildlife habitat team worked with the Texas Nature Conservancy and the Galveston Bay Foundation to plant marsh grass erosion. This section of shoreline was receding by 1 foot each year. Another of the Nature Conservancy's great programs is the Houston Healthy Cities program, which focuses on bringing nature to all people. This program has been by creating partnerships across the city with organizations like the Houston Climate Action Plan, Houston's Complete Communities, and the city's Connecting Children with Nature. Collectively, these two programs are looking to act by establishing on-the-ground projects in conjunction with the Regional Prairie Preserve, of which Texas City Prairie Preserve is a cornerstone. This is just another example of the collaborative conservation. Discarded fishing lines can be harmful to marine wildlife as well as boats. Animals, especially birds, cannot see the line in the water or on the ground. They become tangled in the line, which can lead to starvation, loss of a limb, or drowning. With the Galveston Bay Area chapter of the Texas Master Naturalists, MPC worked to install 96 new recycling locations for the monofilament, or fishing line, across Galveston County. The new collection tubes were accompanied by signs that explain what the stations are for, why they are important, and how to use them. This information was presented in 4 different languages. We're grateful to have this opportunity to work together to care for our environment and wildlife. Our sustainability commitment is really about concrete actions and partnerships that empower people, contribute to progress in our communities, and conserve the natural resources we all share. I would like to close by thanking all of the organizations that have partnered with us on these many outstanding initiatives that bring to life what collaborative conservation can really mean.
Hi, welcome. My name is Sarah Coles. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Children in Nature Network, and our mission is to ensure equitable access and connection to nature for all children in Texas. We envision a Texas where children and their families from all walks of life will spend more time outdoors, engaging with nature for a healthier, happier, and smarter Texas. So why do we have this mission of kids spending time outdoors? So kids who spend time outdoors are happier, healthier, and smarter. And we know this through some of our research that shows that kids are healthier physically and mentally, do better in school, have higher self-esteem, have good self-discipline, are great problem solvers, are more competitive with others, are more creative, feel connected to nature. And for Texan by Nature's mission, they're tomorrow's conservation leaders. And so it's really important for us to really instill this love in nature in children in Texas, because we know that we have so many kids in Texas. Statistics show that 10% of the United States' school-age population lives in Texas. And so we have a lot of kids that we are looking to work with. And those kids, most of them, pre-pandemic numbers, were spending 7 to 8 hours a day in front of screens. We don't know what those numbers are looking like now with more virtual school. My assumption is those numbers have just skyrocketed. But so if the kids are spending 7 to 8 hours a day on screens, how much are they spending outdoors? Well, most kids are spending about an hour a week outdoors. And so we know that with all of these influences that going out in nature has, we need to have that number go up. So in 2009, the Texas legislature resolved to address the problem of nature deficit disorder. That's the idea that kids aren't spending enough time outdoors and it's negatively affecting their physical and mental health. And so they created a working group between Texas Parks and Wildlife and the Texas Education Agency. And out of this group, leaders from across the state in nature education gathered and formed the Texas Children in Nature Network in 2010. In January 1st, the Texas Children in Nature Network became an independent nonprofit. We do have an MOA with Texas Parks and Wildlife as a founding partner and still office out of headquarters in Austin. So back in 2010, we had a strategic plan and we had just finished rewriting our 2021 plan. Those are available to anyone who is interested. I'll share my contact information at the end. But we have 8 strategic areas of interest. And these are areas that we feel like have big impact on kids' lives, and we want to lean into these areas. So the first is education. So we want to work with both formal and informal educators and kids in and out of school time. So the time that they're in school, how are they spending time outdoors when they're at the school building? But then out of school, how are they spending time in after-school programs, during summer camps, addressing all of those aspects of a kid's life. Health. We really believe, and I think this last year has really shown, that nature can be a public health strategy. At the beginning of the pandemic, what we were hearing was go outdoors, spend time outside, go exercise outdoors. And that's really true. We as humans get so many benefits from spending time outdoors. In fact, the latest research is showing that green exercise, the idea of exercising outdoors, is twice as healthy for you as exercising in a gym. And so it's not just the cardiovascular and strength building that you're getting from doing exercise, but there's also mental benefits, and your body is absorbing vitamin D. You're getting all of the great benefits from being outdoors through that time. So we are working with doctors, nurses, public health professionals, mental health professionals, the whole gamut, to try and make nature a public health strategy. Next, we work in community groups. So these are kind of that third space. So a lot of families rely on their teachers, their schools to help with their kids. They rely on health professionals, their pediatricians, their dentists, all of those people to help with raise their kids. And then there's this third group, and these are things like church groups, scouts, YMCAs, boys and girls clubs, that are kind of in this third space that really affect a family's life. So we work with those groups. Next is access. So if you haven't already heard today, I'm sure you will hear that we in Texas have about 5% public land. That's a lot lower than a lot of other states. And with that, we have a lot of people. I already said that we have 10% of the US's school-age population. So we are working with private landowners, with public agencies to increase access to land for kids. So some great examples is we work with some private landowners that open up their land for school groups to go out there. We work with state agencies like Texas Parks and Wildlife for kids to go outdoors. We work with municipalities to get kids outdoors. We work with the whole gamut. We also work combining our education and access, and I'll talk about this in a little bit, on getting more nature on school campuses. So that involves the ISD, the GLO, local municipalities, all of those groups working together to get more access for kids to nature. We also know that not all nature experiences are created equal. And so we really work to get access to places that may not have nature access, but then also work on making that nature welcoming for everyone who comes. So we work in the equity sphere that way. We also know that we need more leaders in this field across the state. And so we work really hard on getting more leaders growing up in this nature space. We have lots of groups that we work with high school students and getting them excited to go into conservation careers. Lastly, for our last plan, we work in marketing. And so how are we telling people the story of nature and telling that story of getting more kids outdoors? But the one that we added with this 2021 plan is policy. How can we affect policy change and helping get more kids outdoors? Everything from recess guidelines to adding more nature space across the state. These are great things that we're working on. So none of this can happen without collaboration. We are a small nonprofit. In fact, it's me. I have a great board, but in terms of staff, it's just one staff member. And I couldn't do any of this without our great partners. We have over 600 partner organizations across the state. And with that, we work off of what's called the collective impact model. And this has a few core tenets. First, we have a common agenda. We're all working really hard to get more kids outdoors. And we know that the only way to do that is by working together. This problem is so vast that no one organization can do it all by themselves. So we work with each other, and we believe that a rising tide raises all boats. And we work really hard to get that working together happen. We have mutually reinforcing activities. So this means that I share everything that all of our partners are doing with all of our partners. We have emails that go out that are highlighting our partners. I share a ton of resources with our partners, including monthly webinars that we do, where we're sharing resources. Some great examples of ones that we just had was one where we learned about what programs are going on in the state. There was a great tool where you can look and see what programs are happening here. Where can my organization lean in an area that is not being served? We also share things like nature journaling practices and how to work with kids that are in public housing units. These are all great examples of things that we've done through our workshops. We also have continuous communication. We send out newsletters. We have 4 social media sites that we actively update, and so much more. I spend a lot of my time connecting partners. So sometimes I'll have a day where I am on a call with 3 different cities, with 3 different municipalities, all working on the same problem, and they're able to work together and hear from each other what's been working in their city, and therefore move that needle forward that much faster, because no one's having to reinvent the wheel. Everyone's working together on this common agenda of getting more kids outdoors. And the last bit is this strong backbone organization, and that's us. My job is to connect people. I often joke that I'm a professional matchmaker. My job is to hear, hey, this is what Texan by Nature is doing, and this is what the Texas Forest Service is doing. Let's get them in a room together and talk to each other and figure out how they can work together and make a great program. We do this not just with me, but also with our 8 regional collaboratives. Each of these regional collaboratives has a regional leader that works really closely with me, and they are tied into that network in their locality, and they are really knowing what each partner organization is doing, and therefore they can really dig in to creating that collaborative model. So we have regional collaboratives in Caprock. So that you'll see here on the map is this orange section. It's a big section of the state, and we're working on making that a little bit more doable for that region. But then we also have the North Texas region. So that's the DFW area. We've got Austin, San Antonio. Piney Woods is this green area in the corner here. And that is College Station, Lufkin, Nacogdoches, they're all included in that. We have Houston. The coastal bend is this light blue area, and that's basically from Matagorda down to Kingsville. And then lastly, we have the lower Rio Grande Valley. All of these regions are really active and have great opportunities to connect with partners. So if you're in any of those regions and you want to connect with our regional collaboratives, please let me know. We have a few big programs that we work on. Nature Rocks, it's a suite of websites where we highlight all of the programs our partners are doing, going back to that resource sharing. We have 3 cities connecting children to nature projects in the state. This is where we are working specifically with these municipalities to put nature into their infrastructure and working to connect all of those partners in their cities. We have Ole Texas. This is an initiative that is through DSHS, and it's putting nature in early childcare centers across the state. So reaching our smallest Texans and getting them started on loving nature and becoming conservationists early. We have a school social media toolkit. This is a program that we have partnered with Texan by Nature on. We have created this toolkit that goes out to ISDs across the state on how to engage with their families and getting kids outdoors, going back to that education pillar that we work in. We have the Texas Nature Challenge, where we are challenging families from across the state to go spend time outdoors every day. We have lots of fun challenges that are up and enough to keep you busy for the whole year. And lastly, kind of what I alluded to earlier, the green schoolyards. So we work with schools, we work with municipalities in getting those nature spaces in neighborhoods that may not have a local park, but they have an elementary school or they have a middle school, and we can put nature space on those schoolyards. So thank you so much, everyone, for listening to me today. I'll be around for some Q&A in a little bit, but here's my contact information. Please email me or call me if you have any questions. I'm happy to talk about children and nature every day. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Julia Murphy, and I am the Deputy Chief Sustainability Officer for the City of San Antonio. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today and present on the future of conservation through collaborative partnerships. When you think of San Antonio, you may think of the Alamo, or even the best Tex-Mex in the state. But we are also so proud of the fact that in 2020, we were recognized as a Texan by Nature 20 honoree in the municipal services sector. And we're thrilled to be included in the company of the other honorees working on conservation, natural resource protection, and sustainability initiatives across our beautiful state of Texas. In our work, we know that collaboration is essential to achieving our goals. And while we rely on internal and external partnerships to advance policy, programs, and projects in energy efficiency, transportation, and climate education, today I'd like to focus on a few recent initiatives that are helping to advance our commitment to the protection of native species in Texas. In late 2019, San Antonio passed its first Climate Action and Adaptation Plan with a goal to reach carbon neutrality by 2050, in line with the Paris Climate Accord. This occurred after newly elected Mayor Ron Nirenberg, a champion of climate action, made this one of his first legislative priorities. The following May, San Antonio was designated a U.S. pioneer in the recently initiated Cities with Nature International Platform, established by ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability. Cities with Nature is beginning to convene local governments around the world who prioritize nature-based solutions to climate change, recognize ecosystem services, and provide equitable access to nature and the outdoors. Quoting Mayor Ron Nirenberg, "We know that caring for nature is essential to a sustainable future. Naturally, we celebrate this initiative and look forward to working together as stewards of our planet." Like the mayor said, in San Antonio, it is recognized that conservation is key to community resilience and natural resource regeneration, specifically the air, water, soil, and native plants and animals on which we all depend and that are essential to our quality of life. San Antonio's Climate Action and Adaptation Plan prioritizes green infrastructure, biodiversity, and healthy ecosystems. The 3 projects you're about to hear about enhance the goals of both the municipality and community partners, while also educating and empowering the greater community. These 3 projects are the North American Friendship Garden, San Antonio's recent Bird City designation, an initiative of Texas Parks and Wildlife and Audubon, and the Mayor's Youth Engagement Council for Climate Initiatives. Last October, the World Affairs Council of San Antonio and the City of San Antonio's Global Engagement Office co-hosted a 2-part Biodiversity Without Borders program focused on sustainable policies in North American cities, as well as the announcement of the establishment of a new North American Friendship Garden. Policy experts and local government representatives from Montreal, Guadalajara, and San Antonio convened virtually to discuss environmental conservation work being done in their respective cities. It took place during our annual Monarch Butterfly and Pollinator Festival. We are fortunate to have a legacy of conservation initiatives in San Antonio. All of these initiatives are supported by the local government and include the Alamo Area Monarch Collaborative, Monarch and Pollinator Festival, Bracken Cave Bat Preserve, the Edwards Aquifer Protection Program, San Antonio River Improvements, the Linear Greenway Trail System, Mitchell Lake Audubon Center, San Antonio Missions National Historical Park, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and most recently, the Phil Hardberger Park Land Bridge, which connects 2 sides of an urban park over a busy highway and is the largest wildlife crossing constructed to date in the United States. And soon we'll be adding to this list the North American Friendship Garden. Why North American? Because, as you can see from the map on the left, the Central Flyway stretches over 5,000 miles through 3 countries. This Central Flyway is used by hundreds of birds, butterflies, and other migratory species, and Texas sits right in the middle of it. The garden will be located on the banks of the San Antonio River at Confluence Park. It will be a space for native plants and pollinators and other wildlife to rest and refuel during their migratory journeys, and for human visitors to learn about and appreciate them. With an unveiling planned for May 2021, the 2,500 square foot garden will feature plants to support pollinators, art benches, a seed library, and even a bug hotel. Thousands of families and students who visit Confluence Park every year will find even more value about pollinators, insects, and the urgency for urban conservation. As Consul General of Mexico, Dr. Ruben Minuti said, the North American Friendship Garden reflects the long-standing, healthy, and productive relationship between the United States and Mexico. Our government is very pleased to celebrate our trilateral ties with this garden, a true symbol of friendship, solidarity, and cooperation between our countries. The next I'll tell you about is San Antonio's certification as a bird city. San Antonio, Galveston, and Surfside Beach joined Bastrop, Dallas, Houston, and Port Aransas as bird cities this past January. This community-focused certification program was created to help people protect birds and their habitats where we live, work, and recreate. In addition to recognizing World Migratory Bird Day, achieving Texas Parks and Wildlife's Bird City certification includes creating and protecting bird-friendly native and educating and building awareness in the community. World Migratory Bird Day is celebrated annually at the Mitchell Lake Audubon Center on the south side of San Antonio. And here's a list of the many community collaborators and contributors to this effort. Alamo Master Naturalists, Bear Audubon Society, City of San Antonio, EcoCentro at San Antonio College, Friends of San Antonio Natural Areas, Headwaters at Incarnate Word, Mitchell Lake Audubon Center, Native Plant Society of Texas, San Antonio River Authority, San Antonio Texas Parks and Wildlife, and many more. Finally, we are so proud of launching the Mayor's Youth Engagement Council for Climate Initiatives. The first council was formed last fall with 35 area youth representing all city council districts and 23 schools, including public, private. The goal of the council is to empower students by increasing their knowledge in sustainability and climate action in San Antonio, as well as to further their knowledge around climate and racial justice, mitigation and adaptation strategies, advocacy, and the public policy process. Led and facilitated by EcoRise, with support from the City of San Antonio Mayor Sustainability, the Council's mission is to empower San Antonio's next generation of climate champions with the tools that they need to become effective advocates in their communities. Students will be doing further research within 4 themes: housing and transportation, biodiversity, infrastructure, including energy and recycling, and community health and food security. The council was made possible by a grant from the Holloman Price Foundation, facilitated through San Antonio's participation in the American Cities Climate Challenge. I think this quote from Mayor Ron Nirenberg perfectly sums up the future of conservation through collaborative partnerships. He says, "Empowering our youth may be the single most important strategy we can take to address the climate crisis. Harnessing the creativity, brainpower, and energy of students who live in our community means that they can help craft solutions for their future in San Antonio, and I think the world." Thank you again for the opportunity to share some details about collaborative conservation in San Antonio. I appreciate your time and attention today.
Okay, I think you can agree with me that all of those were pretty significant projects. If we could, we've got panelists that will join us both remotely, and then we've got one celebrity panelist here, Billy Tarrant, who you can see in actual person. So we will, I think we've got maybe one more that will join us on screen. And I think they're on this screen right here. So we have, okay, we have them all. We have Karen, Julia Murphy, we have Sarah Coles, and Billy Tarrant. So this is an opportunity for questions for these panelists. You can address them to individual panelists if you'd like, or we can you can have a question that would go out to all of the panelists. I've got one to start off with for Sarah Coles. Sarah, your Texas Children in Nature new plan that has 8 goals and strategies to it. I noticed that you really took note of policy being one area in which you really wanted to put emphasis. What one policy initiative would advance Texas Children in Nature the most?
No, that's a great question. I think for us right now, one of the things that we really think with everything that's happened this past year with COVID and children starting to go back to school more 100% in person is outdoor classrooms. Having significant outdoor space on all of our school campuses is really going to make a drastic difference in the most amount of kids' lives in Texas. We have several schools throughout the state that already have implemented green schoolyards projects, where these are instances where it's a garden, which we've seen a lot of schools starting to have, but then also adding habitat areas, rain gardens, spaces that are specifically meant for kids to have unstructured play outdoors and explore the outdoors, but also be a fantastic place where teachers can take their classes outside and teach virtually every subject. With that in mind, we've also been doing a lot of teacher workshops where we are working with teachers, not just science teachers, but teachers from all subjects on how to teach outdoors and really increase the amount of time that children are spending outside. We know that any amount of time they spend outside just really improves their academic performance during the school day.
That's great. Don't forget, any of you that are joining us on the Slack channel or are sending in questions to Texan by Nature staff, to go ahead and do that, and looks like we may have some questions coming in, or questions from the gallery here.
Thank you. I probably won't phrase this very skillfully, but the Respect Big Bend plan, I don't know if you've gotten to solutions or recommendations for private landowners and businesses working in the area, but if you have, are there any mitigation strategies for private landowners who might be putting wind or solar on their lands?
Am I on? I'm on. Okay. Great question. We are at a stage right now with the Tri-County plan, the Brewster, Jeff Davis, and Presidio Stakeholder Advisory Group plan, that the report will be coming out hopefully in May. There will be recommendations tied to that plan. And yeah, I can't really speak heavily to those until we have fully vetted that report. But the idea is that we would provide a resource for, a permanent resource for landowners and industry to have access to these values that they've come up with, this decision support tool, if you will, of the map of the values, and also hopefully have enough capacity to provide one-on-one consultation with those individuals, look at strategies for mitigation, minimization. I can tell you that in the Tri-County area, I think Melinda talked about this briefly, but the projections for significant oil and gas development in that region, at least in those 3 counties, is not a lot right now. There's not the geology with the current technology. The geology does not lend itself to a significant amount of development. Not to say it won't happen in the future, which is why we want this malleable, dynamic tool to continue through time whenever those technologies do occur. But there is a significant amount of opportunity, especially for solar development in those 3 counties. So the idea being that we would work with industry and landowners to kind of minimize that footprint or move the siting to areas that would not impact those values as they were laid out by that stakeholder advisory group. Hopefully, the idea is that we will have the capacity to do so. I hope that addressed your question.
This is addressed to Sarah. Congratulations, you do wonderful work, and I noted that you indicated that you are the chief cook, the bottle washer, and everything there. About a year ago, Sarah, I heard a very disturbing statistic that I just can't shake, and that was that children bear about 81% of the brunt of our environmental issues. And I just can't shake that, but it makes it even more important what you're doing. But my question to you is, have you all considered, or do you envision perhaps expanding or dealing with the quality of the environment, the school environments, and the nature environments that the children are in? making sure that they are free of pollution as much as possible, or that they are healthy?
So while we don't focus on that entirely, we do know that going back to the green schoolyards, the campuses that have a lot of green space are, their heat in those spaces is lower. We've seen a drastic temperature difference. We know that in terms of air quality, it's better because there's all the plants and there's carbon sequestration that's happening in those spaces. And so we're seeing some positive aspects of that through putting in those green schoolyards. We also know in terms of water and storm runoff that those green spaces are making those campuses safer because it's absorbing that water as opposed to it running down the sidewalk. And so we see a lot of those positive aspects through our green schoolyards. So I hope that answered your question somewhat. So thank you.
And then we actually have a question from the Slack channel for Billy. We had somebody ask, what recommendations would you make for somebody who wanted to start a collaborative like yours for other ecoregions in Texas? Like, are there any best practices for getting groups together or starting an initiative similar to yours?
That's a great question. I would say, my history, I'm retired from Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, and I was involved in a lot of collaborative conservation efforts with that organization and with our conservation partners. I would say that the one thing that has really stood out in this is having a partner like the Mitchell Foundation who has, had this vision and was able to stand up the capacity to make it happen. I think having those conversations with either philanthropy groups or business interests that have a shared vision as well, because it really boils down to having capacity. A lot of what, and I think that's for all the conservation wranglers probably every year say the same thing. It's the ability to have the capacity to move forward with these ideas. This obviously is a very unique conservation collaborative. I've been involved in conservation planning for many years, different things that we've done, but to bring in the community and the landowners in addition to conservation partners is something that's unique, and to be able to pull that together, you really have to have the capacity, the resources to make it happen, because it's difficult. It's very difficult for conservation partners or even individual volunteers to find that amount of time and resources to make it happen. So that'd be my number one recommendation. We were very blessed to have that opportunity through the Mitchell Foundation and others with this one.
So a question in for Marathon Petroleum, and some of you may have noticed that's not Karen Beadle there. That's VJ Smith. So question for VJ. For a nonprofit that were to approach a organization like Marathon and try to develop some kind of collaboration, what's some best practices or advice that you could give that nonprofit so that approach would be the most productive?
Well, we look for a number of things in our partnerships, and by the way, collaborative conservation is really an extension of our shared value approach to doing business and engaging our communities. So it's kind of become visceral to us that we approach things with a shared value mindset. And so, basically a conservation group for collaborative conservation can take advantage of that, right? They can know that we want to collaborate, and we appreciate collaboration on a lot of levels. A big part of that is we are very concerned about engaging our employees. For instance, at our Galveston Bay refinery, we have what we call the HEART organization, which stands for Habitat Enhancement, Awareness, and Recycling Team. And so whatever we can do in a partnership that brings the leadership of our employees to the forefront, that's critical to us. So to have that built into a program when approaching Marathon Petroleum is very, very important. And then we certainly are looking for projects that, for instance, the Nature Conservancy, there's some aspects of that project that we're very happy with. For instance, the Nature Conservancy Texas City Prairie Preserve protects about 200,000 tons of carbon on that preserve. They also are harvesting 5,000 pounds of native seeds, so they can grow and expand wetlands in other areas, and we're supporting wetland growth throughout the nation with other partners like Ducks Unlimited as well. So things like that are very important. If we can be involved, also with oversight of the grant, with, again, having leadership from our team involved in grant oversight or maybe even advisory board positions. We're very willing to roll up our sleeves with our partners and be directly involved in. We don't like to just put money out there, but we like to make sure we're engaged at all levels. But I'll punt over to Karen to see if she wants to add some color to that.
Gotta unmute myself. Thanks so much for the question. Just to build briefly on what I agree with everything that BJ said. I think for us, thinking about how we approach grant making from the company perspective, where our approach is very much focused on where we operate, so less about sort of the big company brand and big sort of signature partnerships. We really are looking for collaborative projects. And we want to be engaged. We want our teams to be engaged. We have had a focus area. One of our focus areas for our community investment has always been environment, but we're actually going to be kind of stepping up our game in that space as well. We're going to be focused more on strategic sustainability. So in that, in that respect, I think there will be even more opportunities for collaborative conservation. And this concept is fantastic. We're actually like doing things. We're making a difference. We're also interested in thought partnership and research and looking at some of the sort of behind the scenes work that's happening to drive best practices and the science behind all of this. But then we're also looking at projects where we can actually make a tangible difference in the areas where we operate. So and love partnerships. We don't want to be the only ones out in front. We look for partners that have a sustained model where they're partnering with a number of different organizations. So all of that works really, really well for us.
This is another question for you guys. And first, I want to commend you for all of your work at Marathon, what you guys are doing. And in order to encourage others in that space to do the same great work that you guys are doing, I'm curious, how do you measure the return on investment? So everything that you guys are doing, in order to be able to showcase that it actually is improving either your bottom line or employee engagement or what that metric is. I wonder if you could share that for our audience.
Yeah, sure. That's something that we are continually focused on. We look at, there are different types of measurements, right? You can measure the actual actions that you're taking, which we do, and we track and try to be, we're trying to be more methodical about that because we have a lot of projects in a lot of different places and our grant making is pretty high volume. So we're looking at, building dashboards to measure, the actions that we're taking, the partnerships that we have. But in addition to that, more and more we're focusing on outcomes. So who are the actual constituents that we're trying to reach? Who are, what are the shared goals that we have with the various organizations that we're partnering with? And how do we sort of lay out those goals from the beginning in partnership with the organizations and then look at ways to track that over time? So how many people were impacted? How many, how did conditions improve? And how do we measure that? We've traditionally had in our grant making also a focus on STEM. So, you can measure some STEM outcomes, how did children sort of move through school and adopt, STEM into their curriculum? What were the outcomes there? What were the career outcomes? From an environmental conservation and sustainability standpoint, it's really about what was the impact that you made, both, in the natural setting, but also with the people, the constituents who actually benefit. I loved Sarah, I loved your presentation. I loved how you really made that about, this is about people, right? And for you in particular, it's about children and how they benefit from conservation, and how the work that you're doing reaches them. So there's a human element to it as well. So outcomes, changed conditions, new opportunities, those are the types of things. But we can't measure those things on our own. We have to partner with the organizations to identify what specifically are the goals, and then, through that process, then map out, what are the metrics that we want to capture. And from a business standpoint, we've made a pretty strong case for how this continues to enable the most critical relationships that we have that are part of our social license to operate. So that's really how we measure that. We put a value on shared value, and it's not always a quantifiable dollar amount, but there's certainly, from a business standpoint, of course, reputation matters, but more than that, it's about relationships, right? And what are the relationships that you need to continue to enable us to do the work that we do? I hope that helps.
Great. Our next question is for the City of San Antonio. What is the most significant nature-based solution contributing to your climate action plan?
That's a great question. So I'm going to actually say that it's the power of collaboration, because we have so many initiatives and we're such a big, giant jurisdiction that it really takes a lot of partnerships to work on these things together. So the three projects that I highlighted in my presentation are just a sampling of some of the recent initiatives that we have done, but you can see, I think I put a slide on each one of them, the number of people and organizations that are involved in each one of them. So I think in our realm, local city government, our role is policy. And the fact that we do have a climate plan is kind of an overarching initiative that will tie all of these efforts together, and also give the backing for decision makers, our elected officials, to turn back to that adopted policy so that they can have the backing and also the support from the advocacy groups to pursue these policies that do protect the 3 E's of sustainability, which are the economy, equity, and the environment.
This is for San Antonio also. In the beginning of the legislative session, there was some talk about the legislature passing a bill that would make individual cities' climate action plans illegal. Has that happened, or is that still in the works? Or did I just dream that up?
Yes, I believe it's still under consideration. There are a lot of bills at the legislature about local control, so we're watching those very carefully. But ultimately, climate action is a global effort, and so we're all going to need to take responsibility at all levels to really address this threat to our very existence. So hopefully there will be the vision that individuals on up to state, local, and national governments will have the ability to really look at their local communities and put in place policy programs and projects that can address local efforts with the overall goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and then adapting to those changes in the climate that are going to be occurring really no matter what we do.
You're over there. Okay. One more question for Julia at the City of San Antonio. This question just in from someone that lives in San Antonio. The land bridge is quickly becoming one of the most innovative tourist stops in San Antonio. Out of all of the projects that you could have done at Phil Hardberger Park or any of the other parks, how did the city decide on that land bridge?
Well, this project goes back more than a decade. At the time, Mayor Phil Hardberger decided to save some really prime urban land within the city of San Antonio to become an urban park. And in so doing, they conserved a total of 311 acres that is divided by a major thoroughfare in the city of San Antonio. So we have these two sections of an urban park that are really critically important for wildlife and natural habitat, as well as human recreation, but they're divided by this really busy thoroughfare. So the land bridge was part of the original master plan of the park. It required a lot of fundraising to make it happen. That's why it took almost 10 years from the inception of the park to finally get to this point. So a lot of public and private monies were cobbled together to make it happen. And I can say that it's in the news, people are loving it. I'm not sure if the wildlife have discovered it yet, but I'm sure they'll be monitoring that to see how it's working.
That's great. And a question for Billy. In Respect Big Bend, how did you go about assembling your stakeholder group? And what did you learn that you could, maybe lessons learned for other projects?
So that's perfect, because I felt like I left part of the last question unanswered, and that was, and I don't want to, I work for Borderlands Research Institute now at Sul Ross State University. I don't want to toot our horn too much, but another thing that we did to stand this effort up from a local perspective was you need a good convener, local convener. I think that's very important. And Borderlands Research Institute has served that purpose pretty well. We basically handpicked individuals that we knew from the community and from industry that we felt like could come together in a collaborative process. I think one lesson that I've learned, that I feel like, that was one of my primary responsibilities, was building the stakeholder advisory group. And by and large, I knew everybody in that group and know them a lot better now and I want to commend them. And with 13, we're on our 14th meeting coming up, I think, and most of these meetings have lasted anywhere from 2 to 3 hours or more. The idea to minimize politics, we're not here to change regulation or policy. Our goal is to work within a regulatory framework that's provided to us at any given time. And it's been extremely rewarding. I mentioned when we first started, we had some very strong liberals and conservatives in that room, and we're not going to have discussions that take us off track, because at the end of the day, we all share a same vision. And this vision has been brought forth with the values that they've recommended, plus the recommendations that will come out of this group. And I want to be clear also on that previous question as well, that, I don't know if Melinda made that clear or not, but we're not done yet. This is a tri-county effort. One of the concerns they've had is their values being extrapolated to the entire 18-county region. We're moving into those other counties where there is more active development occurring and planned, and hopefully we'll have the same strategy. And those communities and those landowners may have a different set of values, but we're going to try to work together with them and figure out what's important to them. And the idea is eventually that we can utilize this process across the state or across the country once we continue to see results. I think that's part of it, is engagement with our landowner and conservation partners, because ultimately right now, the way it is in Texas, there's 3 entities. We've been very clear about there's 3 entities that can make a decision on when and how energy development occurs. It's the landowner, i.e. mineral owner, it's the energy developer themselves, and it's regulators. And communities and individuals don't often have a lot of say-so, but through this process they can. And so that's the goal. We're going to continue to work in those West Texas counties. But as far as lessons learned, I can tell you this has been the most rewarding process I've ever been a part of. We picked people to be on the stakeholder advisory group who are known to be collaborative, good decision makers, people who are willing to work with others for the best of their communities, for the best of their neighbors, and they're busy. A lot of them sit on, their county commissioners, on the school board. They get asked to do this a lot, and they're extremely busy. And they all made it a point to tell me how busy they were before we made the ask. Not a single one turned us down. Not a single one said no. They all saw how important this was and wanted to be part of the process. So extremely rewarding.
Well, congratulations on something that's going to become a model for other efforts, obviously. We have, okay. We are
Time to
ready.
shut me up.
Okay. I thank you to the panel. Please join me in thanking them. And I think we have a video and then we break for lunch. Am I correct? Okay. So we have a video, and this is, I believe, a Texas Children in Nature presentation. And then we will break for lunch. We have about an hour and a half for lunch, so it's an opportunity for networking. And those of you that at home can network also. But thank you.
When my kids have too much screen time, I can really tell. With the younger one, he tends to prefer to play on the iPad instead of ever reading or doing schoolwork. He turns into a beast and is hangry and mad, and the other one is disconnected from the family.
5 more minutes of screen time.
The teachers have mentioned that they are worried about the kids being on screen too much.
Texas has 10% of America's K-12 population. That's about 7 million kids. Most of them log about 50 hours a week of screen time, and about 1/3 of those students are overweight or obese. Bottom line, there's a critical disconnect between Texas youth and the outdoors. Helping solve this problem and creating the next generation of nature-minded citizens is what Texas Children in Nature does. There are thousands of organizations working across Texas to create access to nature and nature-based programming. TxN partners with over 500 organizations ranging from health to education, community development, and conservation. These all form a collaborative network that drives efficiencies in providing better access to resources, nature-based programming, and best practices. It's a great support system for organizations and educators all across Texas.
On an annual basis, probably around 10,000 children come through the Wildflower Center, and our goal for them is to see that flower bloom, see a cricket hop, to experience nature, have their aha moment, and eventually become that next generation of stewards of nature. Texas Children in Nature helps bring all of the organizations that work with children and nature and brings us all together. Without Texas Children in Nature, we wouldn't be connected with other organizations in our community, in the state, and national.
As someone who has spent many years in the classroom, I can tell you that TxN's network is so important, especially when it comes to resource equity. Not every region has the same access to materials and best practices. Most teachers don't even know where to start when it comes to building a green space or a natural play environment.
Texas Children in Nature helps prepare the next generation of conservation-minded Texans by working through creating a love of nature.
When we go outside, what I notice is that the kids are inquisitive. They talk to us. We actually have a conversation with them, and they listen to us, and they want to learn, which is pretty amazing.
And by creating a love for nature in our children, we're creating adults who care about the nature around us.
We're able to live really close to the Greenbelt, and that's really a big part of our lives. We come home, and it just seems like we get along a whole lot better. They're just different. That's just, they're good people.
Imagine a Texas where all 7 million kids go outside every day. They have access to green spaces, they get to play in nature, and they get to experience the outdoors. And maybe they learn to be caretakers of nature as they grow into adulthood. This is our mission at Texas Children in Nature.
What a great example of a conservation wrangler. So we have lunches outside and pick up a box lunch. We will reconvene here at 12:30, and somebody will tell you when to start coming back in here. So just grab your lunch and network. Thank you. Okay. Welcome back. Anybody out and about up top that needs to be yelled at or hustled in or anything? All right. Well, I'm excited to dive into the second panel of the day with you. It's entitled Developing Future Returns. Don't forget, you can ask questions. We've got folks still engaged on Facebook Live. You can engage in dialogue at conservationsummit.slack.com. The future of conservation certainly depends on the returns realized as our state grows. Texas is home to 7 of the 15 fastest growing cities in the United States. Texas population has increased 48% during the last decade alone. Approaching 30 million in population, we are a state that is no longer rural. In fact, there's only about 350,000 of those 30 million people that own farm, ranch, or forest lands in Texas. So we have about 144 million acres of farms, ranches, and forest lands, basically the backbone of our economy and prosperity, with about less than 1% of our population as landowners that are responsible for stewarding those assets. As such, we risk a diminished connection to nature and our natural resources. As Texas develops, it's critical that conservation interests and businesses work together to assure stewardship of our natural resources. This is for prosperity and for health and for generations to come. The first step in this is understanding the returns realized in investing in conservation projects and programs. This understanding will drive further investments and activity, from urban trail systems, nature access, and food supply, to development and architecture and youth leadership training. The projects presented in this panel are working to understand and articulate the returns for our future. During this panel, you will hear from Jana Renner of Paso del Norte Health Foundation. You'll hear from Trace Hess and Dr. Ben Holland from Cactus Feeders. You will hear from Natalie Wolf from Texas Brigades, and you will hear from Rick Archer, the founding partner and CEO of Overland Partners. Similar to the first panel, you'll hear each presentation in succession, and we'll join the speakers live for Q&A after all the presentations. Please join me in thanking these presenters.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jana Renner. I'm a program officer at the Paso del Norte Health Foundation in El Paso, Texas, and I'm happy to join you virtually today to talk about our trail project, the Paso del Norte Trail. The Paso del Norte Trail is a community vision for a 68-mile trail from county line to county line in El Paso. It's providing us an opportunity to promote active transportation by providing facilities to many in our community who do not have access to multimodal active transportation options. It's also going to create a significant landmark that reflects our culture, preserves our history, and highlights the unique geographical features in our region. And finally, it provides great opportunities for volunteers around education and conservation. The trail is divided into 5 distinct sections that are characterized by urban and rural environments and makes use of our water features, plants, trees, and beautiful views of our mountains that you can see here on the right-hand side of your screen. You can also tell from this picture that El Paso is in a desert, arid environment. It's hot most of the time, but we have beautiful views of our mountains. And what you don't see in this picture is just south of here is our Rio Grande River, and Juarez, Mexico is on the other side. El Paso is home to about 800,000 people. 80% of our population is Hispanic. Like many other communities in Texas and our nation, we struggle with high rates of diabetes and obesity, and 20% of our population live in poverty. However, because of the unique relationship we have with our sister city, Juarez, this is a really vibrant binational community, and there's a lot of pride in our unique culture. The community's had a vision for a countywide trail for a number of years, and the Health Foundation got involved about 4 to 5 years ago and started 2 projects that have really catalyzed the momentum that we're seeing now to develop more segments. This is a picture of the Playa Drain Trail, which is currently a 3.4-mile trail that goes from a large county park to a local high school. We funded and oversaw the construction, and it's in a neighborhood that really didn't have a lot of facilities for active transportation, and was meant to be a demonstration project. So we put a lot of amenities for the residents there, include, as you can see in this pictures, benches, shade structures, bike repair stations for those who want to bike the trail, and plenty of wayfinding and signage. This was a partnership with El Paso Water, the City of El Paso, County of El Paso, and the irrigation district here, and does run along an irrigation drain called the Playa Drain. A unique feature along this trail is that there are burrowing owls that are native habitats of the trail, and you'll get to see a picture of those later on. We're also working with the city now to develop more segments of this along this irrigation drain. And once complete, we will have an 8.3-mile trail through this area of town, and we're really excited about that. The second project that we worked on is a master plan that's to develop a trail alignment for the entire county line trail. We worked with a number of residents, with stakeholders from government, nonprofit, and the private sector. And because we didn't want this plan to sit on the shelf for a long time with no one working on it, we developed an advisory committee of these stakeholders to help us mobilize funding and to develop more segments of the trail. The next slide will show a picture of our River Park Trail. That's an older segment of the trail that was developed in the early 2000s. And this really started the vision of the County Line Trail and is located, as you can see, along the Rio Grande Valley. There's a lot of evidence out there about the benefits of trails, and I think that these are becoming more and more evident as we're coming out of this pandemic. Trails have provided people safer places to exercise and just to get out and clear their heads. As a health foundation, we got involved in trail development because we knew that our community needed more opportunities and to get out and be active. And the trails aren't just for avid bicyclists or runners. It's for people who need just a short connection to walk their kids to school or to go to the store or go to church. Trails really enhance not only the quality of life of individuals because it gives them a chance to get out and enjoy nature and be outdoors, but it also, they're great amenities for communities. And we're seeing that in addition to really being these great amenities, they're also a great investment because they have longevity, and they, even though they do need to be maintained, they actually last for a long time and are a great investment. There's also a lot of evidence that property values of homes that are near trails increase when there are trails around. It can also enhance retail environments, bring in new retail around places that have developed trails. And finally, communities are really seeing a lot of benefits of providing pedestrian and cycling facilities, and not just focusing their resources on maintaining and building roads for cars. So why does this trail matter for El Paso County? Well, just to piggyback on a lot of the benefits that I just talked about, I think that these pictures demonstrate what this would mean. You can see that there's a lot of natural habitat in El Paso that's underdeveloped, that people don't have access to, but would be great facilities for people to use to get from place to place. And there are a lot of communities in our county who don't have sidewalks or don't have ways to get from place to place, as you can see in this picture here of this man who has to travel along the street. I think the best story I can think of what this trail means to the community is how we have this great picture of when we were constructing the Playa Drain Trail, people from that community were actually walking behind the construction vehicles who were tamping down the dirt before they laid the asphalt, because this was such a needed amenity in that community. This also illustrates a great way that a trail could benefit a more urban area along the trail alignment that goes from the zoo to our medical centers of America. The rendering on the right shows our vision for this great waterfront trail where a community that doesn't really have a lot of amenities could really build on having a trail with a waterfront along it. So while we've been working to develop new sections of the trail, we've also spent a lot of time trying to engage the community and to encourage volunteerism along the trail. And I want to give a shout out to Quantum Engineering, who has helped us and is really the one that's leading the efforts around community engagement along the trail. So one thing that we've done is secured some funding to build bioswales and plant trees. We also have an active media campaign where the trail is promoted frequently, and we partner with events with other organizations that have outdoor events, such as Celebration of Our Mountains, the Border Coalition for Fitness, and Live Active El Paso, who hold outdoor events and also provide education about health or about the history of the area or the natural features around the trail. We've also set up a Friends of the Trail campaign for one, to try to get donations for amenities along completed segments of the trail, but to also encourage volunteerism and to get people to sign up to volunteer for these events. The trail is beloved by our cycling shops and by cycling groups. Before the pandemic, there were local cycling groups that would get together and use the trail at least monthly on their trail rides. These events are really well attended. You can see the longer that we really started to get some people who are really interested in the trail who will come back and use it and will sign up to volunteer for events. We've planted over 20 trees with funding from Walmart and AARP. And I'm really excited about this. I think that in a few years, we're going to have some really great shade canopy along sections of the trail. And I want to point out the picture on the on the left corner with the dogs. We hosted an event recently called Trails and Tales, where people were able to bring their pets out, and it was really a lot of fun. And finally, recently, just last weekend, we had an inaugural trail ride of the entire alignment, where 15 trail enthusiasts cycled the length of the trail. And Texan by Nature's Jenny Borden joined us, and it was really a beautiful day and gave people the opportunity to see what it would be like to have this great amenity in our community, and to find, but to also look for ways that different sections could be enhanced. In addition to these trail events, we've also had some additions to the trail through funding from the National Recreation and Park Association, and with the support of the staff from Quantum Engineering and volunteers. We've added more habitats for burrowing owls and for bats. The trees that have planted have been native to our area and are drought tolerant. And the bioswales that we put in are able to capture 31,000 gallons of water to prevent flooding. So that's great. And here are some great pictures of the results of all of these efforts. You can see on the left, this bioswale that has captured a lot of water to prevent the flooding on the street. These new trees that have been planted. And finally, as promised earlier, here's the picture of that burrowing owl. People really love to find them along the trail. They're really, really cute. And finally, this is my favorite picture of the that we have of the trail. This is from an opening event that we had of the Playa Drain Trail. And it really captures the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish. And that's to develop a trail for everyone. People of all abilities, all ages, giving them the opportunity to get outside, enjoy nature, clear their heads, and get out and move around. So on behalf of the Paso del Norte Health Foundation, our CEO, Tracy Yellen, and Quantum Engineering, particularly Lauren Baldwin, who has spearheaded a lot of these efforts, I'd like to thank Texan by Nature for the opportunity to partner with you over the last 18 months and to learn from you. Thank you.
I'm Trace Hess, one of the employee owners of Cactus Feeders. Cactus Feeders has 800 employees and own and operate 10 feed yards throughout the Texas Panhandle and Southwest Kansas, with a one-time capacity of 550,000 head. We have another 100,000 head of cattle outside of our feed yards, with 7,000 head of cows raising calves for our supply chain. Cactus Feeders was founded in 1975 by Paul Engler. In 1990, the employees were given the opportunity to become part owners of the company, and our ESOP program was founded. In 2010, the employees bought out the remaining shares from Paul and the Engler family, and we became 100% employee owned. And that ownership continues through today. The grazing program started with Cactus Feeders trying to build a supply chain of feeder cattle that would take us further back into the production cycle of the cattle industry. Texas has the largest cow herd in the United States. The price of corn in the Midwest gives the feed yards from that part of the country a price advantage that allows them to come to Texas and take our feeder cattle up there to be finished. Grazing cattle on forage allows us to have production costs that are just as competitive, if not more competitive, than putting cattle directly on feed in the Midwest. We continue to see evidence that the water table is dropping in parts of the Texas Panhandle. We believe we can take these farms and convert them to grazing operations with cover crops and perennial grasses. This will reduce the amount of water we are using to irrigate in total and significantly change the peak demand periods of water usage. At the same time, we must build the organic matter in these soils to capture more rainfall when it occurs and further reduce the need to supplement with irrigation. For every 1% we increase the organic matter in the soil will hold an additional 15,000 to 20,000 gallons of water. The abundant supply of feeder cattle, coupled with our more favorable weather and longer growing season, will allow us to take advantage of the resources we have here in Texas and continue to build on the economic sustainability of our business, our communities, and our region.
I would like to introduce Dr. Ben Holland, who is going to talk to you about the science behind our grazing program.
Grazing program at Cactus Feeders are to do a couple things. One is to develop a supply chain of cattle that allows us to procure animals that we otherwise wouldn't, lighter weight, and prepare them for the feed yard. Keeping the cattle in Texas and in the South Plains where they originated from. And then number two would be to utilize the irrigation resource that we have today to improve the soil health that we have, improve the soil carbon or organic matter that exists, and prepare those soils for a future in which we don't have supplemental irrigation to utilize. Our region has had a fascinating history as it relates to land use. From grazing ruminants, the buffalo, we transitioned to ranching and trail drives and open range to smaller pastures. We transitioned from there to dryland farming, which resulted in an ecological disaster of the Dust Bowl. And out of that, we evolved into utilizing supplemental irrigation to better utilize our topsoil and conserve it while producing crops. But at the same time, we've depleted that finite resource. So the next evolution is going to be what we do when we can only do deficit irrigation or have limited water that we're able to supplement our rainfall with. One of the exciting things about being part of the cattle industry, or really other ruminant livestock are similar, is the ability for those animals to do a couple things. One is thrive almost anywhere in the country. So if you look at the cow herd in the United States, cows are everywhere from Florida to Montana, deserts of Arizona to good pasture land like we have in Texas. And then as those cows produce calves and those calves mature, they move across the country and they serve as a custom harvest crew, utilizing feedstuffs that are not useful for human nutrition and turning that into beef. Once we get those animals into the feed yard, we still can utilize products that are otherwise trash. Well, things like corn stalks, cotton burrs, which are byproducts from producing corn and cotton, things like distiller's grains, which is what's left over after you make fuel ethanol from corn. And you use those products that are not useful for human nutrition, and you can turn those into beef. The Texas Panhandle is an excellent place to feed cattle. Our relatively high elevation, a dry, arid climate, low rainfall, high winds, the ability for us to cool off at night in the summer and have relatively mild winters make it a really good spot to raise livestock. However, those same factors make it kind of a tough place to raise the feed that we'd like to feed, such as corn. On the other hand, the Midwestern U.S. is excellently prepared to produce corn and other grains, but their long, wet winters and more humid summers make it a more difficult place to feed cattle. There's some interesting research out of Texas A&M where Tryon Wickersham calculated that if you took the corn that would be fed to a growing steer in a feed yard and you used it instead to feed young growing children, you could meet the amino acid requirements of about 3 young kids in the course of a year. On the other hand, if you take that corn and you do feed it to the cattle, and then you let the children eat the beef that is produced, you can meet the amino acid requirements of 17 children. So it's not necessarily that the world is short of calories, or we have lots of calories. Corn, other grains are a good source of that. What the world is short of is amino acids and protein, and ruminant animals serve a unique function in upgrading or upcycling nutrients that are not useful for human nutrition and turning that into a really high quality product. So for the past 50 or 60 years, we've supplemented natural rainfall in our farming in the Texas High Plains with irrigation water drawn from the Ogallala Aquifer. And as a result, we've depleted that resource to the point where some of the wells don't produce what they did years ago, and we're not able to grow the same crops on the same acres as we did historically. For example, if we look at our irrigated farm around Cactus Feed Yard near Cactus, Texas, today we could grow about 15 to 1,800 acres of corn. And if we took that corn and fed it in our feed yard, we could meet the requirements of that 75,000 head feed yard for about 7 days. So the question is the best use of our water to grow corn, which we do need and use, or should we let the corn be grown in the Midwest where we're really good at growing corn, and let the cattle be fed in Texas? And if so, what should we do with the acres and the water that we have, the groundwater we have today, to support this region and this industry? In a recent publication, researchers modeled the decline of the Ogallala Aquifer from now into the future and projected what would happen to acres that are currently in irrigation. So if an acre is currently in irrigation, is it going to remain in irrigated farming into the future? Is it going to transition from irrigated farming to dry land farming? Or is the land marginal enough that it may transition from irrigated farming back to some sort of native pasture or grassland? And they projected that by the year 2100, many of the acres, as many as 20 to 25% of the acres that are currently under irrigation in counties in which we operate in the High Plains and Texas Panhandle, would transition from irrigation today into grasslands in the future. And so our mandate is to take the irrigation water resource that we have today and speed up the transition or the improvement in soil health that we may have to make in the future. Because if we wait until we can't supplement rainfall with irrigation, the transition or the improvement in soil organic matter, all those things that are our goals for the future and the things we talk about will be much harder to do than they are today. And so the goals of our grazing program at Cactus Feed Yard are to provide calves that we can procure at a lighter weight from cow-calf operations in our region and in others, grow and develop them to a weight that is suitable for placement into the feed yard and a background that is suitable for placement into the feed yard. And at the same time, utilize the groundwater irrigation that we have today in combination with the grazing to develop our soils, drive through forage production and animal grazing the microbiology that will allow more organic matter to be captured in the soil, and matter increases in the soil be able to hold more water in a given area of soil and increase the ability of rainwater or any water that hits that soil, whether it's from irrigation or from rain, to infiltrate and not sit on the surface and evaporate or run off. As we manage, develop, and strive to improve our grazing program now and into the future, we have to think of a couple of important tenets of soil health. Number one is to always have cover. Research out of Kansas suggests that evaporation from bare soil itself can be as much as 30% of total evapotranspiration, and that residual cover over the soil can result in 2.5 to 3.5 inches of water savings during a growing year. At times, we as livestock producers, cattle people, we have a fear of wasting grass. The cattle could eat that. But cover comes from shades due to growing plants, residue from material that is stomped in by the livestock, both of which will be non-existent if we graze to the ground. The second is to always have living roots. Where does the material that ultimately will be organic matter come from? Forage, cover, organic matter, they all come from growing plants supported by the microbiome in the soil. We hope to prevent the disruptions to this natural process as much as possible. A portion of what we're doing, growing crops of multiple seasons on the same field, is to change water. We want to be counter-seasonal to our irrigation somewhat to what our neighbors in row crop production are doing. And third is to implement intensive adaptive grazing. Forage plants are extremely resilient to grazing pressure, especially if that grazing pressure is relatively short and the plants have an extended period of time to recover between when it's grazed. So we try to concentrate the animals on a relatively small area, grazing very intensely, and then move those animals to a different paddock, which will have more forage available to the animals, and the previous one then has an opportunity to rest, grow, and produce more for the next time it gets grazed. So certainly a work in progress, and we've got to ask ourselves the question, how fast could it happen? There's lots of things yet to learn. We've collected samples from some of our fields, and we have maybe a third to a half a percentage point increase in organic matter in the clear trend, and what's the maximum amount of organic matter that we could reach. In a future state, what can be done with 3 to 5 inches of supplemental irrigation per acre? And as we think about the region and the potential to produce row crops, we know concentration of inputs on crop acres will happen. So what does a multi-year rotation look like where we concentrate water and inputs in row crops and develop grazing acres and hopefully improve soil health on some of the other crops for a long period of time? On behalf of the 800 employee owners of Cactus Feeders, I'd like to thank Just by Nature for inviting us to participate in this summit today, for recognizing us as a Texan 20 in 2019, and allowing us to join in the conversation about conservation and resource future. At Cactus Feeders, our mission statement is feeding a hungry world, family, friends, and neighbors. And we believe through intentional stewardship of our resources, we'll be able to produce more food with less resource use at an affordable cost for every Texan now and into the future.
Good morning. My name is Natalie Wolf, and I am the Executive Director of Texas Brigades. And today I'll be visiting with you about how Texas Brigades is developing future returns. As Texans, we all know that we are connected to the land, water, and natural resources. The key to this connection is translating it to a growing and increasingly disconnected population. Some of us were blessed with access to regularly and freely run wild through the pastures, fields, brush, barns, and gravel pits, what I like to call the good old days. Those opportunities connected my care for natural resources at an early age. I noticed the flower and bloom changes that came with the seasons and precipitation, wildlife movements, and feral cat movements, and all kinds of surprises that one can find at a watering hole. Many of us had good mentors, mine being my grandpa and my dad, who were both rooted in hardworking ranch and farm life. All of this to say that when you have the ability to chat with conservation-oriented and minded professionals and stewards, they will tell you that they had nature-connecting experiences and good mentors that helped them develop their passions for nature. It is for these reasons and many more that I am passionate about Texas Brigades and the stewardship development it has sharpened for almost 30 years. Texan by Nature and the East Foundation projected that Texas has lost 2.2 million acres of native landscapes due to population growth and urbanization. Texas is home to 7 of the 15 fastest growing cities in the US, and its population has increased over 48% in the last decade alone. With these staggering statistics and an obvious expected increase in needs, we know what kinds of pressures that this will put on our resources. Kids know it too. Texas Brigades educates adolescents on the importance of natural resources and gives them experiences to understand how natural resources affect them, both personally and within their communities and regions. We don't want to just tell them how the natural resources should affect them. We want to encourage their use of critical thinking. We do this by folding in scenarios and exercises that simultaneously develop their skills and abilities to articulate their experiences or understanding of natural resources to others, advocating for natural resources and their values while building confidence in their voices, leadership skills, and eventually career paths. Texas Brigades aims to offer the right experiences and resources to form a new generation of conservation and land stewards in Texas. Along with the issue of mass urbanization, less than 1% of Texans are landowners, and there's a diminished connection to nature amongst several Texas youth. The majority of landowners are aging, and over the next 20 years, Texas will undergo the largest intergenerational transfer of land in its history. Texas Brigades ambassadors are imperative in a time of so much change. The next generation of stewards needs to be empowered through their connections, through their mentors and education to protect the natural resources and native landscapes that our economy depends on. Through programs like our summer brigade camps, Texas Brigades is connecting adolescents to nature and helping them build their conservation network, ensuring natural resource stewardship and conservation are a long-term priority for both urban and rural backgrounds alike. In each of its programs, Texas Brigades works with education and conservation professionals to transfer technical and conservation information to its participants, such as plant and animal dynamics, hunting and firearms safety and ethic, ecological systems and their functions, and economic impacts to the state. Texas Brigades folds in critical thinking and leadership exercises to facilitate personal and team development. Participants learn how to function within and outside of their comfort zones, equipping them to push through discomfort and push their own learning boundaries as they sharpen their character, sharpening themselves to speak up, to actively and willingly listen to others, and to communicate through situations are just some of those life skills that Brigades cadets become experts in. We aim to orient young minds towards conservation and stewardship, regardless of their career paths or where they're from. As the Texas Brigades alumni network grows, we are working to build a strategy to reconnect with our nearly 4,000 strong alumni families. As we connect, we learn there are many routes a graduate can take. Over time, we've assessed how well our participants learn program topics, as it helps us measure overall knowledge gained, and it helps us evaluate our teaching methods. With Texan by Nature's help, we've been able to take that measurement further by developing a way to measure takeaways from valuable math, science, policy, and industry-based topics. For example, 2020 Ranch Brigade cadets graduated with a 44% knowledge increase in science topics, 37% increase in natural resource management topics, and nearly 15% increase in beef industry knowledge. Texas Brigades also measures short-term impacts after camp using self-reported data from submitted books of accomplishments. These record books help graduates showcase how they shared their Texas Brigades and conservation stories with thousands of people across the state annually. Further, they're educating themselves through classes, by joining organizations, and through assisting professionals in the field. It is through these reported activities and efforts that Texas Brigades awards upwards of $40,000 in college scholarships annually through its camp committees. As times change and communication and learning methods evolve, Texas Brigades works to update activities, opportunities, and reporting methods to better assess the outreach efforts that Brigades cadets are doing. When we think of long-term impacts, we get really excited as we have second generation brigade participants. We recently began to formulate a plan to engage our alumni and build a model to understand the brigade's attributes woven into a variety of pathways, from business owners, doctors, lawyers, community leaders, parents, and more. Texan by Nature has helped facilitate thought and action towards building a model to measure our long-term impact on both brigades cadets' life trajectories and their lasting ecological and economic impacts. Texas Brigades is also reviewing its participant data to understand what gaps exist in our camper outreach, whether it be communities, counties, cultures, or regions. As a former participant, I was an adult leader in 2007. I was blown away by the sheer intensity of the program, amazed at the collegiate level information and strict schedule, and enjoyed being a part of a bonding within a team and an entire battalion. As an adult, I experienced a full transformation from a chunk of coal to a bright and shining diamond. I can't forget that summer and have been lucky enough to have enjoyed many Texas Brigade summers since. I believe it is the consistency of the Brigade Camp program that has been by far a best practice, ensuring no matter what Brigade Camp you graduated from, you are learning from professional and passionate stewards who share their knowledge and time to equip you for your life's journey. The consistency is partly due to the age of the program. We're almost 30 years in, but we've also recently updated our summer camp handbook that equips volunteers with an understanding of their important role in molding young ambassadors. Additionally, camp committees work to incorporate new volunteers in the form of participants first, like adult leaders, so that they really understand camp, the atmosphere, and the importance of the brigade integrity. Essentially, we want them to drink the Kool-Aid first before serving it. Further, building strong and reliable relationships with volunteers who implement our programs is imperative. As Texas Brigades has evolved, so has our volunteer base. Understanding volunteer abilities, limits, and passions while providing training opportunities motivates volunteers to give back, accomplishing our goals together. I would like to conclude by telling you that if any of this resonated with you, Texas Brigades is seeking you. If you are an adolescent or happen to know of one, we have programs for different ages, locations, and interests. Find out more about us at texasbrigades.org and follow us on social media platforms. I would say the same for adults who may be interested in volunteering. Serving 5 days of your summer as an adult leader is life-changing. I am walking proof of that. And it is the best path towards other opportunities and committee involvement within our organization. If you work or volunteer with a like-minded organization, we want to collaborate with you on reaching youth audiences with a natural resource-driven curriculum and content outside of the classroom. While our urban audience has increased, we are looking to get our programs in front of more urban and city youths. For our experiences and wild programs, we have a lot of flexibility on topic and curriculum if we have a location and volunteer support. We are also seeking to reach volunteers, participants, and opportunities in areas outside of our typical reach which is primarily the outer regions of the state.
Hi, I'm Rick Archer. I'm one of the founding principals at Overland Partners, who are an architecture and urban design firm based in San Antonio, but we do work all around the world. I am really pleased to be with you all today for this Texan by Nature conference, which is thinking about how we invest today for future returns. And this convergence of both business and conservation efforts is something that is vitally important as we think about our future. Overland Partners is located in a 1918 warehouse that we converted into our office environment. Truly has been a transformational project, not just for Overland. I think it really increased our ecological ethos as one of the Committee on the Environment's top 10 projects in 2015. It's highly sustainable. But maybe more importantly than that, conserving and preserving, restoring this building was truly transformational for the neighborhood around us. We've seen that the neighborhood just blossom from being derelict to being a place of real vibrancy. And I think that's part of what happens when we take seriously our role to conserve things today, is that we end up with a future return, sometimes very quickly, that radically impacts the trajectory of a place. We didn't just start doing this, however. Back in 1992, we were hired by Lady Bird Johnson to create the Lady Bird Johnson Wildflower Center in Austin. At the time, the environmental movement was nascent. I really like to think about Lady Bird as the mother of the environmental movement. And she had a vision, an aspiration for promoting the use of native plants for their aesthetic, economic, and environmental value. And so together we created a place which would model total resource conservation. It was from the beginning about conservation. And one of the things that I'm really excited to be here today is that Lady Bird and Laura Bush were obviously close friends. When the Wildflower Center opened, the Bushes hosted the opening reception at the Governor's Mansion in Austin, and have had a real affinity with the Bushes and their commitment to conservation throughout the state. But I think what this project did was truly unique in that there had not been a public building built in the United States at this point that was really looking to model how we build on a fragile landscape. Lady Bird used to say, if we don't have our bluebonnets, would we really be Texans? And I think that's really at the heart of conservation, that so much of our identity as people is found in the place that we inhabit. When we started this project with her, we said, you know, this is your vision, it's your dream. What do you want it to be? And she said, well, I just want it to look like God put it there. Not a small challenge for us, but working closely with her on this modest project, it really reframed the way people thought about building. We thought about everything from the standpoint of how does it conserve and preserve resources, how does it enhance the environment, and how does it contribute to human flourishing. And it was a precursor to leadership in environmental, energy and environmental design, and to sustainable sites. And so as such, this little project became a real harbinger of things to come. After that, the opportunity to work at the Bracken Bat Cave, which is just north of San Antonio. Really a phenomenal site that is home to 30 or 40 million Mexican free-tailed bats. They live in these caves between March and November when they go and honeymoon or winter in Mexico. And, you know, part of the notion here was to take bats, which are often seen as evil or associated with being creatures of the night, which they are, and provoke people, inspire people to think differently, not only about bats, but about the natural environment. You know, these bats emerge every night out of this cave and consume like 2 times their weight in insects. They are literally the air defense system for North America from all the moths and insects that are coming up from the south that are heading to the croplands of America. And as a result of the efforts of these bats, they literally saved the United States billions and billions of dollars every year in lost crops, pesticides, and obviously also improved the environment. The center we created both gave a viewing platform so you could watch the bats emerge, but it also created a cave-like experience for humans to go in and experience some of what it is like to be in a bat cave. Part of the power of this was we said, well, what are the bats deliver to us that might be used in a way to conserve energy? And their guano, if you ever smelled a bat cave, is high in ammonia. And ammonia is made up largely of hydrogen. And so we were able to process that ammonia, turn it into hydrogen fuel cells, which will fuel this center, hopefully one day when it's complete. So again, an investment in creative thinking today, an investment in the preservation of habitat returns a future which is biodiverse and really preserves one of the uniquenesses of this state. Up the road from that, near Leakey, Texas, is Lady Lodge. This is a place that was built by the HEB Foundation, and the idea here is to connect man with God through nature. And so it really is a center of faith and culture that's built on conservation principles. It sits on the banks of the Frio River, crystal clear, rock bottom, spring-fed river that is really one of the jewels in our waterways here in Texas. And what we did there was we renovated the lodge, but we also created a new place called Cedar Break. It's really a retreat center within the retreat center. And the goal here was to really cultivate that relationship, the relationship between people and one another, between people and nature, and between people and God. And so by cultivating those relationships, we ensure a return that in this case includes making sure that the river is kept pristine for future generations. When we began this project, we measured the water quality of the Frio River. We measured it during construction to make sure that we weren't contributing to its demise. And then we measured it afterward. And in fact, proved that through sustainable building practices, we could improve the water quality downstream of our project. That's a great return. We are currently getting ready to start construction on Quinta Mazatlan. Quinta Mazatlan is a part of the World Birding Center, a system of 7 sites across the Rio Grande Valley. This one's in McAllen. It's really the crown jewel of the World Birding Center. You may not know, but Texas is one of the greatest places for bird watching because of the number of species that come up through that narrow passageway between North and South America and then begin to fan out across the states. That allows us to really create an incredible bird watching experience, but in this case, create a building which is habitat for the birds so that people and birds can get in closer proximity to one another. We're creating a Center for Urban Ecology, which is a partnership with UT Rio Grande Valley. It also is a way to educate and equip kids and others to think about their future. And it creates an environment which is both fun and exciting to be in and yields a return that both preserves and conserves the bird species, acknowledges that the natural world crosses borders because these birds are coming from South America to North America every year. I think they give us a model for how to live at peace with one another, and they give us a model for how to live at peace with the land. And so the future return here is really educating the children of today to continue to conserve and celebrate the diversity that we have here in the state of Texas. The last project I want to share with you is Child Safe. And while I talk a lot about our relationship to nature, I think one of the critical things that we like to think about is how do the buildings that we create be more than just buildings, which is what we believe, that they actually have deep embedded potential that's waiting to be unlocked. And in the case of this project, San Antonio sadly has the highest incidents of child abuse per capita in the state. 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 6 boys will be sexually abused by the time they turn 18. And so we have a massive problem. What we've learned, both through research and through collaboration with the staff here at ChildSafe, which is a center for those abused children and their families, is that connecting them to nature is one of the most healing therapies that they can possibly experience. And so the notion that health and nature, conservation and human well-being not only coexist, but are essential to one another is something that we want to celebrate. And so we've created literally a center of well-being here, a center that connects children with nature for flourishing of all people and all generations. Well, you might have noticed there were 5 major topics that I discussed: aspiration, inspiration, relationship, stewardship, and well-being. One of the things that Overland noted over the years was while there were robust measuring systems for how we treated the environment, there weren't any around how humans and the environment interact for the benefit of both. And so we created what we call the human handprint. It's a way that we measure. We set up key performance indicators with our clients before every project. We make sure that we're missionally aligned. That's aspiration, pointing the way. Where are we going? Why are we doing this? What do we accomplish? Inspiration, which is the middle finger, can also be provocation. In the case of this outdoor facility at ChildSafe, we wanted to provoke people to think about this horrible crisis of children in San Antonio. The ring finger is relationships, the relationship between us and nature, us and one another, us and what we believe, relationship between what we do today and what happens in the future are key things that we're looking at on every single project we do. And then the last digit is a thumb, and it's how are we doing? Are we contributing to human flourishing? Are we making a difference? Does the place we're creating really matter? And so all of that, the human handprint, is about taking the kinds of things that Texan by Nature has been promoting, this symbiotic relationship between economics, environment, and aesthetics, and bringing them together in a way that ensures human flourishing for all people. Look forward to being a part of the panel with you. Thanks for listening.
Hey, I think you'll agree with me that those are some pretty outstanding examples of a return on conservation. Let's start our next panel. We've got panelists joining us up here. I think, is it Jana? And there's Natalie Wolf. Hi, Natalie. And we have Rick Archer is here. He's on his way. I'm sorry, got the sun in my eyes, right? Good.
Howdy.
And then joining us by Zoom or by remote is Ben Holland, Dr. Ben Holland with Cactus Feeders, and Jana Renner with Paso del Norte Trail. So, just starting off, I guess I had a question for Ben Holland, and don't forget you can ask questions over the Slack line, the conservationsummit.slack.com, or if you're right here, make sure that you alert someone that's got a microphone over there. So Ben, a lot of the things that Cactus Feeders is doing in order to increase organic matter in soils are the same things that you would do in order to accumulate carbon and measure carbon accumulation. I'm wondering if that's an innovation that Cactus Feeders is beginning to look at and what that might mean for offsetting greenhouse gases and some of the methane from beef cattle production.
Sure, that's a good question. You know, the plants through interaction with the sun and light take carbon dioxide right out of the air. and that creates feed for our cattle. Some of that goes back out as methane. Some of it retains in animals and becomes beef or food products. And then some of the carbon that's captured by those plants does have the opportunity to remain stored in the soil in short or long-term storage. So yeah, Neil, I think that's a good opportunity in a project like this to think about both quantifying the water use and the carbon sequestration and the magnitude of how much we can store and then be able to build models about how others can participate and do that as well.
Great. You guys are really innovators there. Do we have questions up there? You are.
There it goes. Thank you. Hi. My question was for Texas Brigades. How were you able to adjust your programming during COVID-19, if and how? Because I know it must have been difficult to hold these camps.
That is a really good question, and it was very challenging. Being that Texas Brigades has 8 different camps, we work with a lot of different volunteers and a lot of different volunteer committees. So not only as individuals was it tough, but also with the committees as well. So what we did is we had a lot of deliberations, heard a lot, not only from the board of directors who are also volunteers, but from parents and of course the kids and really the volunteers that implement the programs. And it was tough. As you can imagine, it was multi-sided, a lot of strong views. And ultimately, we really had to go with our gut, and we had to see what we could do from guidelines from the state and see if we could safely implement our programs. And not only safely, but can we do it in a way that they're going to get something from it? We didn't want to decrease the integrity of those camps. So that was really difficult. And so ultimately, we listened to our volunteers, and we had some camp. Actually, we had one camp, and some of our others we did have to cancel for a variety of reasons, just based on all the networking that we work with, whether it was the facility or the volunteer concerns, some parent concerns. So we were able to implement one camp that was, my goodness, a success, and we were so happy for that. And we were talking about that the other day, that being able to do that safely really gave us the foundation that we were able to implement 8 camps this summer safely, and we already kind of had that under our belt. So we were really happy for that.
Okay. A question just in for Rick with Overland Partners. So you've had a hand, and your firm has had a hand in some of the most innovative designs that incorporate sustainability in Texas and in South Texas. What lessons learned would you suggest should be applied to conservation and all industries and business that just a lesson learned that we could apply elsewhere?
Great question. We have been really privileged. Actually, I will say that I didn't get into this business as a conservationist. In fact, Lady Bird Johnson taught me to think about conservation when I realized that we were designing a place that was going to have her imprint on it. But that has shaped the entire trajectory of our practice. And I think what we've learned, and this is one of the things that I loved about working with her, is it wasn't an either or. You know, one of the things that we've seen emerge in the environmental movement was this notion that, in fact, I had one environmentalist say, the solution to the world's problems is to ship all humans off the planet. And in fact, I think that's actually antithetical to real conservation, because I think the thing that we've learned is it's this symbiotic relationship that man is a part of nature, that we have a vital role in it as stewards of creation, and that when we play our role properly, that actually nature is enhanced. And when we don't do our job well, we can be incredibly destructive. We've learned a lot about resiliency. I think during COVID-19, we've seen the earth bounce back very quickly when we stop abusing it. And I think that part of what I hope that people will learn from design is that we need to take seriously to do whatever we can do and get beyond the political rancor about, well, is it climate change or is it not? Is it having an impact or is it not? That does not excuse us from not doing the best we can do with what we've been given. And so I think that what we've tried to do is in every single project model how we would live in harmony with nature and how we would leave the world a better place. I mean, it's a pretty simple thing. And we've had the privilege of working with Native American tribes. We work with the Maori people in New Zealand. We've worked with people all around the world. And I would say one of the things that we learned from the Native Americans, of course, they're known as conservationists. They live in this symbiotic relationship with the land. But the Maori have this saying, what is the most important thing in the world? It's the people, it's the people, it's the people. And so what we're trying to do is get people to think about human flourishing and the earth flourishing simultaneously. And in order to do that, we're going to have to find better ways to measure human flourishing. We need sociologists and psychologists and population researchers and others to engage, just like we're doing with the hard sciences, so that we can develop systems for measuring how we perform. And I think that will carry over into every single industry that we're involved with.
Wow. Well, I know San Antonians are proud to call your firm a San Antonio firm. So
we're proud to be in San Antonio.
A question for Paso del Norte Trail for Jana. How do we get more of what you do? What would you do in order to convince communities elsewhere that they need to follow your lead? And what returns would you share with them in order to encourage them?
Thanks for the question. I think that one of the things that we've learned along the way is you need partnerships with many people to get something like a countywide trail developed, and you have to start conversations with lots of people along the way and take whatever momentum you can get at the time. There are 5 different pieces to this trail and that go through multiple jurisdictions. And so what we've been able to do is capitalize on what excitement is in each piece and see how we can maximize our partnerships there and get stakeholders who are involved to start applying for funding, and then look at how we can get those trail pieces developed. I think that what we're seeing now is that even though it's a very time-consuming process, each little piece that gets developed just adds to the excitement and really creates a lot of momentum, and that's starting to build. And so once something is developed, more people want to see that in their part of the community. And so I think having patience and really cultivating partnerships have led to what we've seen so far. And we're really, our vision is a very long-term vision, but it's to see this trail that has many unique pieces to it that capitalizes not only on the distinct features of those trails, but can help build economic development, get people out and walking, and really see returns and investment in lots of different areas.
Thank you. You've got a question up top here.
Yeah, this one is from online for Dr. Holland. So you've started, thinking through building those future returns for your operation. What are the next steps? What is the next innovation that you have on the horizon for expanding this thinking?
Well, I think that we're still early in our process in working with these acres, right? We're within a couple of years of beginning in some and have a ways to go to transition some of the land that we're involved in today. So I think the next step is really focusing on quantifying the magnitude of these changes and the repeatability of them, and our ability to infiltrate water better, to store carbon, to hold water after we get it into the soil. And that helps us at the same time develop economic models which can help us make a business decision if we're going to acquire more acres through lease or ownership or partnership with other landowners, and in addition to that, help our neighbors understand opportunities that may exist that they haven't thought of before.
Natalie, Texas Brigades represents one of the best examples of youth leadership development out there. And you've been around long enough that you've got, real proof that leaders have come from within Texas Brigades. So people that went to brigades back 20 years ago are now in leadership positions. When you talk to them, what do they tell you is the most valuable part of brigades for them?
I would say it varies. But the majority of them will say that it was the connections that they made with not only other participants at those camps, but with the connections they made with those future mentors. You'll hear them say that they connected with a veterinarian, and you'll see a veterinarian come from that. But you'll also see those kids that want to be a veterinarian and get that experience at camp and decide, maybe I don't want to be a veterinarian. So I really feel like not only is it impactful sometimes for kids to experience things to open up their minds and help them decide what path they want to take, but it can also help them either steer them in the way they think they want to go, or it can steer them in a completely different direction. So that's why you'll see past cadets become biologists and field conservationists, but you'll also see them in performance arts, and you'll see them in being lawyers and all kinds of dentists even. We're really looking for those senators and congressmen. We hope to really give them the experience. And again, it's just that connection and how it connects with you in here internally, and how that's going to impact your trajectory, whether it is being in the state capitol or in an office building or out in the field. But we feel like those connections with not only those mentors, but also just with nature, are going to send them on so many different paths. And as long as they have that connection, they're going to do good with it.
Thank you. That's great. What you guys are doing is great.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions up there?
There it goes. For Rick, can you share how you developed the human handprint methodology and provide an example of how one of your clients responded?
Yeah, it actually was really fun how it developed. We did this thing where we printed out a poster, and it was a cover of Time magazine, and on the front of it, it said, "Overland, how did they do it?" And then we engaged the entire office in answering that question, what was it? And what was fascinating that developed around that was that no one really talked about architecture. It was the impact we were having on the world, whether it was an abused child or a homeless person or someone living in poverty given an opportunity or preserving the planet. And so then we asked the question, okay, well, if that's what our goal is, if architecture is simply the vehicle for accomplishing those things, then how would we measure success? How would we know if we had actually done it? And so we brainstormed together, and we had a rule that none of the partners could speak, and everyone else was talking, and the teams began to come up with this idea that what humans were going around the world with what we called a big-ass footprint. They were just stomping on the world and destroying things where they went. And someone said, well, the antithesis of that is the hand. It's the handprint. Why don't we go out and put a handprint on the world rather than a footprint? And through that, then we began to say, well, what are the digits of the hand? What makes a hand a thing of caring, of greeting, and so we took the design principles that we were already using and began to formulate them into the 5 digits, and that became the human handprint. What's been fascinating to me is it's the one thing that our clients absolutely remember when we sit down with them, especially when I get to the middle finger and I say it's provocation. Especially the churches we work with when we do that. But it is something that they've really embraced. It's something they speak back to us. It becomes a part of their lexicon. And they will begin to ask us, well, how are we doing on the relationships that are important here? And we'll set up key KPIs with them. So unlike LEED and other measuring systems, it's unique to them. It's not just universal where everyone's treated the same. And I think they've really enjoyed that, and it has driven really some extraordinary results from our clients.
That's great.
And for Dr. Holland, we had another question on Slack. As you've transitioned more back to grass rather than growing corn crops, and you were talking about the Midwest, do you see that transition back to grass being a wide-scale change that the industry is going to be making, and how is that going to be affecting the demand?
Well, I think that there's a potential for transition towards grazing lands and grasslands depending on the region, right? In our area, we produce quite a bit of corn in the Texas Panhandle, but that requires application of probably in excess of 25 to 26 inches of irrigation water, which is coming out of the Ogallala Aquifer. So that's a limited ability for us to continue to apply that water over large acreages in the future. Those areas that are well adapted to growing grains, and corn as an example, like the Midwest, Iowa and Nebraska, where they don't have to have as much supplemental irrigation, is a tremendous crop, right? Corn can be stored for a really long time. It's easy to transport. It's pretty resilient to a wide variety of environmental conditions where it can be grown. So I think that's pretty regional specific. The opportunity that we have in the High Plains and in the Panhandle is to transition towards grazing lands, and we have a really good opportunity to graze year-round. In places like the Midwest, where they might be able to grow corn, they might be under snowfall for a significant portion of the year that limits the ability to graze the grasslands that do exist there. So there's certainly supplemental feeding in grass-based production phases in that part of the world. So I think each region and area needs to adapt to what the resources that are available to them can best provide.
Very good. We're starting to run towards the end of our time period here. I want to say thank you to our panel members, and we will move now to a video on Texas brigades. Thank you.
Thank you. You did a great job. Thank you.
Connecting with the outdoors is kind of a family business. My dad and I both share the same interests, and we kind of bond over that for the past 10 years. Livestock, grasses, nature, wildlife. Taking care of it is important to me. My dad sparked my interest in the outdoors when he took me to the ranch for the first time. I remember I have this picture of me on the back of the tailgate on top of a feed sack, and I've kind of just connected with that because I'm always outside with him. He says it's important for us to connect with the land, especially kids, because we're the next generation of conservation leaders, and we're the next generation that's going to be improving this land and improving the wildlife and the livestock. That's why Texas Brigades has been so important to me. They've sparked my interest, along with my dad, in conservation, leadership, wildlife, natural resources, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to bring different aspects of this camp to my community and just teach and bring all the knowledge back that I've learned.
Hi, I'm Natalie Wolf, and I'm the Executive Director of Texas Brigades. We're a youth leadership and development organization, getting these kids into nature. Every year, we work with over 300 kids from communities across the state, covering a wide range of natural resource education topics. This week is Ranch Brigade, so they're going to learn about land stewardship and livestock production, and of course, leadership and development. What we do at camp is really intense. We push them. These kids are learning how everything is connected. It's more than just cattle. It's also how to treat the land. Over the last 50 years, Texas has grown increasingly more urban. What that means is sometimes we're just not naturally connected to nature like we used to be. The kids see that it doesn't matter if you're in the city or not. What that farmer does affect you.
So when I attended my first Texas Brigades camp, I went to Rolling Plains Bobwhite Brigade. I was very shy, and I was not outgoing at all.
How much did you know?
I knew whatever my dad told me, so not that much.
He's gonna hear that.
I don't care, he's gonna get so mad at me. You can cut that part out, right? I don't think he'll be very happy.
Make sure we include it.
Texas Brigades is preparing me for the future. This year I'm an assistant herd leader, and I work with a lot of the younger cadets. It's made me more confident talking in front of other people, which before Brigades I would never be able to do.
Our mission is to educate and empower the next generation of Texas land stewards. Sometimes they don't know what land stewardship is, they don't know what conservation is, but they're curious and they want to learn. You get to see them grow up and be that conservation ambassador that we're trying to get them to be.
There's a lot of people that come from cities. This is a great opportunity for them.
You're looking at kids from all over the Lone Star State: DFW, Houston, Austin, San Antonio, Amarillo.
I've kind of figured out what I've wanted to do with my life. We know we're the next generation of conservation leaders, and we're going to be ready. Because pretty soon it's going to be all up to us. It's important for people to push you to be a better version of yourself. I know that's why Texas Brigades has been so important to me.
By the time they leave, they've potentially found a new passion, a new mission in life. That transformation is Texas Brigades.
I really enjoy helping. Just doing what I love helped make conservation in the outdoors a big part of my life.
Makes us all want to become Texas Brigades, right? So we have a 30-minute break. We'll come back at 12:30 and 2:30, plus or minus a few hours. So 2:30. I've got a fact checker right down here. Thank you. All right, we'll see you guys. See you guys in 30 minutes.
Hey everyone, there is coffee and tea out there and other beverages and snacks and things like that if you would like any.
We're gathering up now. If everybody's in, we'll go ahead and get started. Welcome back. Before we move on to the next panel, I thought I would introduce the board of directors for the Texan by Nature. And with us, we have, of course, our premier founding board member, former First Lady Laura Bush. She's here with Cynthia Pickett Stevenson, who's from Houston, Joe Crafton, who's from Dallas, Robert Horton, who's from Dallas, Roxanne Newman from Houston, Tina Buford, who claims the entire Rio Grande Valley, Elaine Magruder from Midland. Those that aren't here but we'll make note of is Reagan Gammon from Austin, Catherine Armstrong. I think we'll dedicate her to a marathon, maybe. Adair Margot in El Paso. Greg Schildwachter, Washington, D.C. So Texas claims Washington, D.C. also. Tamara Trail, Albany. And Ray Hinton, who's in Fredericksburg. So, welcome back. After two powerful panels, I know you're all looking forward to what we'll learn in the final panel of the day. It's called Reimagining Resources. Don't forget, you can ask questions and engage in dialogue at conservationsummit.slack.com, as well as take pride in Texas. As we all know and take pride in, Texas is by all measures successful and enjoying the world's 10th largest gross domestic product. We have almost 300 million citizens, 177 million acres that we call our own, and 10 diverse ecoregions. Reimagining how we bring our plentiful resources together to deliver innovative places, resilient landscapes and natural resources, equitable access, and economic opportunities is a future that will benefit every Texan at work, at play, and at home. The focus of this panel is innovation, ways of collaborating and conserving that are pushing the envelope. This is inspiring and thought-provoking for what every one of us can do new, different, better together to drive impact. The projects shared next look at resources in new ways to come up with new solutions. From a golf course, to youth leaders, to transportation, to the beverage supply chain, we can learn how new opportunities develop through a new lens. Before we move on to the panel, we have a video from the Trinity River crew, which is one of our conservation wranglers.
I just love working outside in my garden. When I was younger, my grandma had her own garden in Mexico, and she would try to influence me to work on it, and as a child, you really don't have the patience for it, but you want to learn. Kids are more involved with technology, and technology is a good thing, but when you don't preserve the environment, you're not going to have any point of having technology. Being outside in my garden is my favorite way of being outside. People don't talk much about conservation in my community because they're trying to get through day by day with the basics such as food, paying for bills, and resources that they need. My name is Alejandra Collazo. I am part of the Trinity River crew.
The Trinity River provides water for 7.5 million people throughout the DFW area and even more downstream.
The Trinity River is this amazing natural resource that we have right here in the city. It's really been neglected, and it's full of litter and has a lot of other environmental challenges related to it.
Perhaps now more than ever, we're paying attention to the river, the future of the river, and the future of Dallas. And that's where the Trinity River Crew program comes in.
Trinity River Crew is this amazing collaboration between Groundwork Dallas and Trinity Park Conservancy. It's a 7-week summer youth employment program where we target youth in low-income and underserved neighborhoods that are along the Trinity River corridor and provide them with opportunities for job skills training, environmental education, and outdoor recreation to help them connect with the Trinity and have an impact in their communities and along the Trinity River corridor. Trinity River Crew addresses 2 problems. We have 10,000 acres of the Trinity River corridor right here in Dallas, and much of it is neglected and people just don't know about it. We also have a lot of youth that have never had environmental experiences or job opportunities. We want to connect them to the river and help them improve it.
Both of these issues are so important, and that's why we had to partner with Groundwork Dallas.
There are a lot of underserved neighborhoods right near the Trinity with a lot of youth who don't typically have opportunities to go out and do environmental jobs, do environmental programming, and we really wanted to help connect the youth with the river and give them those opportunities. So we go to schools, we go to community groups, and we say, hey, we have this amazing program. How can we connect to your students and your youth?
We don't just learn about conservation, we also learn about job and social skills.
Trinity River Crew is a summer job program, but it's much more than that. We give them job skills as well as life skills, so we teach them budgeting, we teach them how to write resumes. We really want them to have a well-rounded experience, and we want them to become future stewards of the environment. At the beginning of the session, a lot of these kids are really unsure about being in the program. They haven't spent a lot of time outdoors. And as we go through the program, they start to open up. They start to enjoy being outdoors. After those 7 weeks are over, the kids all know each other, they're laughing, they're hanging out, and you can really tell that they've grown throughout the program and they've learned a lot, not only about environmental and conservation work, but just about how to be a leader in their community.
I changed a lot and I became more passionate. I became more outgoing and motivated to work with preserving the environment, learning new things, and I feel more confident and motivated to move forward in life.
This program not only protects our river, it engages the youth, the leaders of tomorrow, to make sure this continues into the future.
They are going to become future stewards of the environment and of the Trinity River.
Makes you want to get out on the river. Okay, in our final panel today, you'll hear from Garrett Boone and Catherine Trainer from Trinity Park Conservancy, Rick Buckley from Groundwork Dallas, Kim Murata, the Global Senior Director of Sustainability and Enterprise Risk Management for Molson Coors Beverage Company, and Frank Weary for Exploration Green Conservancy, and then Sarah Ziomic. Did I do that right, Sarah? From Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Similar to the previous panels, you'll hear each presentation in succession and then join the live speakers, live for the question and answer session. Please join me in thanking these presenters.
My name is Garrett Boone. I'm Vice Chair of the Trinity Park Conservancy Board, and I'm on the board of Groundwork Dallas.
My name is Catherine. I'm the Volunteer Program Coordinator at Trinity Park Conservancy and lead the organization's Volunteer and Youth Conservation Corps programs. On behalf of the Conservancy and Dallas, I want to thank Texan by Nature for selecting the Trinity River Crew as one of the 2020 Conservation Wrangler projects. We are honored and proud to be part of this program alongside innovative and dedicated conservation leaders in Texas. And thank you to Mrs. Laura Bush and Joni Carswell for their leadership in the field of conservation and to their incredible team. A special thanks to Taylor Keys, our program manager, who has been incredible support and resource over the past year.
With Texan by Nature's support over the past year, our organizations have been developing the Trinity River Crew program, the Joint Conservation Corps program of Groundwork Dallas and Trinity Park Conservancy. This is an exciting partnership between two nonprofit organizations that are dedicated to the conservation of the Trinity River. In 2018, Groundwork Dallas started a summer youth employment program called the Green Team Conservation Corps. The 7-week job training opportunity provided teens with environmental career experience. Using the successful program as a model and taking inspiration from the Corps movement across the nation, Groundwork Dallas and the Conservancy are developing a collaborative conservation corps focused on the Trinity River, the Trinity River Crew. This program is an opportunity to join together to educate and inspire the next generation of environmental leaders while enhancing conservation efforts throughout the Trinity River corridor. The Trinity River Crew, launching in summer of 2021, will provide meaningful paid conservation work experience within the Trinity River corridor in Dallas, education, leadership skills, and professional development training to high potential youth age 14 to 18 from historically marginalized areas along the river. To better understand the experience the Trinity River Crew program provides to youth and its impact on the Trinity River, we will cover the unique partnership between Groundwork Dallas and the Conservancy, how the Trinity River Crew is an effective model and innovative way to engage youth in conservation efforts, and ideas for how this program can support other organizational conservation efforts and strengthen our communities. Both Groundwork Dallas and the Conservancy work to support conservation efforts along the Trinity River in Dallas by building trails, parks, and investing in the long-term care of these areas through its park, recreation area, and trail operations, and its extensive volunteer and youth programs.
with the goal of increasing equitable access to the river for all Dallas residents. Previously, we have focused on supporting and promoting each other's work in areas such as Fraser Dam Recreation Area, Hines Park, and Harold Simmons Park. All of these areas have been created or in the process of being designed and built to increase equitable access to the Trinity River for all community members from across Dallas.
So both organizations approach engagement and stewardship of the Trinity River with the following goals in mind: to inform and raise awareness of the Trinity River and its environmental challenges through community engagement, environmental education programs, and partnerships to bring attention to this public space, to foster a sense of ownership of the river through volunteer engagement and conservation work opportunities, and to support leadership development of volunteers and paid youth crew members to encourage long-term stewardship of the river, our environment, and our communities. In order to reach these goals for our youth audience, we look to national models for inspiration. Conservation Corps programs across the country address recreation, conservation, disaster response, and community needs. And most modern corps are nonprofits or are operated by entities in state or local government. So through public-private partnerships, Corps members engage in meaningful projects that address local and national issues. Groundwork USA has a strong version of this in its flagship Green Team model, which Groundwork Dallas has applied and customized to the local community needs in our area. So partnering on a crew dedicated to supporting the Trinity River was a natural next step for both organizations. I want to take a moment to thank and recognize the team at Groundwork Dallas, who I get to partner with on this program: Rick Buckley, Executive Director, Katharina Kang, Youth Program Coordinator, and Tracy Hollis, Educational Chair for the Board of Directors for Groundwork Dallas. In addition to a strong history of collaboration at the Trinity River, both Groundwork Dallas and the Conservancy have great working relationships with key Trinity partners, including the City of Dallas, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and nonprofit organizations who will all be involved in engaging the crew this summer. Our organizations understand that the Trinity River needs dedicated stewards, as the City, Conservancy, Groundwork, and other partners simply cannot sustainably support all 10,000 acres of the Trinity River corridor without community and corporate partners and cultivating the next generation of environmental leaders. So at the center of this program are local communities. Unlike many other Conservation Corps programs, the Trinity River crew will only recruit from local communities in Dallas and prioritize youth from underserved neighborhoods adjacent to the river. So here's a former Groundwork Dallas Green Team member, Candace Thompson from Oak Cliff, a neighborhood close to the river. She shares in her testimony that being part of the crew gave her confidence and widened her worldview through the outdoor work experience. And the goal of this program is to encourage and empower local youth through cultivating their leadership skills and providing educational and professional development opportunities as they complete meaningful conservation projects. And here's an overview of the program structure and how we hope to achieve this goal. For recruitment, both organizations have strong relationships in local neighborhoods and communities across Dallas, including with schools, neighborhood associations, community centers, and have contacts with the City of Dallas and at peer organizations who can share this program and opportunity with their networks. After the application and interview process, 13 crew members will be selected for the 7-week summer program. Crew members will work 4 days a week for a total of 30 hours a week. There will be 1 full-time staff member from each organization on site with the crew. And the program will provide transportation, safety equipment, work shirts, other gear, lunch and snacks, and all tools and materials needed to safely and comfortably work outdoors. The program curriculum will cover the history and ecology of the river, which Texan by Nature significantly contributed to, safety trainings and hands-on training for conservation activities. We also want to support the whole individual, so we will provide and partner with experts on budgeting and resume workshops, interview skills, and networking opportunities with the city and nonprofit environmental professionals. And 6 to 7 projects are selected for the crew members to complete over the course of the summer session. So here are some examples of the types of projects the crew will take on. For wetland restoration, we are hoping to transplant aquatic plants from one area of the Trinity River to another to increase biodiversity and improve erosion control and water filtration. Because the focus is the river, water quality is a priority, and crew members will be trained on water quality testing and get their Texas Stream Team certification to be able to provide data to the city of Dallas. And they will learn about engaging the community in park design and programming, which is essential to raising awareness and strengthening the connection between people and the Trinity River. So crew members will not only be expected to complete these projects, but they will also be encouraged to take advantage of opportunities to lead fellow crew members during project's execution. Groundwork Dallas's successful Conservation Corps program structure has really allowed for replication of other crews under their umbrella, as well as partnering with the Conservancy to support this crew dedicated to the Trinity River. And having a flexible program structure to follow, staff expertise and established partnerships with city, nonprofit, and community partners are key to bringing this type of conservation youth employment program to other areas. And here are just some of the impacts the Trinity River crew will have. While this program is a 7-week summer work opportunity, we hope that it serves as a catalyst for building a culture of stewardship around the Trinity River. One example of ongoing volunteer engagement is water quality testing. Groundwork Dallas has had success engaging former Green team members returning to assist staff as volunteers to monitor their water quality testing sites. And it's our hope to expand the testing sites to more areas of the river and tap our experienced Trinity River crew members to lead that effort. The program is structured in a way that crew members are accountable for upholding their job responsibilities and producing quality work while not losing sight of the beauty and benefits of working outdoors in nature. Cultivating an appreciation for the environment is just as important to us as preparing youth for their professional endeavors and completing projects. And learning about the ecology of the river and how their work will improve not only the habitat for wildlife, but also things such as floodwater mitigation, water filtration, and stormwater management will help to better illustrate this relationship between the Trinity River and Dallas. And lastly, cleanups and construction projects to make areas more accessible to park users will have immediate effects. Just between the 3 sites Garrett mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, Fraser Dam, Hines Park, and Harold Simmons Park, crew members have the opportunity to make a positive impact on over 320 acres along the Trinity River in Dallas. So it's our hope that crew members, through participating in meaningful conservation work experience and leadership development training, continue to advocate for the Trinity River within their communities. In the short term, we really want these leaders to support our conservation efforts by helping to recruit for and conduct volunteer projects, assist in outreach efforts about park design and improvements, and share their experiences at the Trinity River with others. Long term, we hope they go on to participate in decision-making processes concerning their environment, their communities, and their city, continue to be dedicated stewards of the river, and perhaps even pursue careers in conservation with our organizations and beyond. So on behalf of Trinity Park Conservancy,
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kim Murata. I am the Global Senior Director of Sustainability and Enterprise Risk Management at Molson Coors. It's really great to be with you here today. I know we're doing a little bit of virtual and a little bit in person, but this is just an opportunity for me to share a little bit about why water matters so much for us at Molson Coors, and then talk about some of the projects that we're working on in Texas. So you can see just by the title of the slide, nothing could be any more clear than no water, no beer. So let's get into it and I'll tell you a little bit why that matters. So for us, when we talk about sustainability, we really talk about it really simply. So every time a beverage is picked up, there's an imprint left behind. And we want to make sure it's a positive one. And that's a positive one on our people and our planet. And so when we think about our imprint, we really look at it in those dimensions or in those pillars, our people and our planet. And just to give you a perspective, it's everything from what we're doing around people to what we're doing around packaging, what we're really focusing on climate, and then certainly what we're focusing in on water. And so from a water standpoint, it's about our brewery operations, it's about our watersheds where our breweries are located, And it's about the barley that we're growing in our agricultural supply chain and making sure that we are sustainably growing that barley. But why does this matter so much for us? Like we said in the beginning, no water, no beer. Water is the main ingredient in our products. It actually flows through almost every step of our brewing operations. From the time that you put the seed in the ground, your nice malted barley, growing that barley through the entire brewing process. It helps, we heat it up, we cool it down, we use it in our pasteurizers, and then as I mentioned, it's the main ingredient in our product. So it's so important for us as a beverage company, as a beer company, to protect that really valuable water resource. And why are we thinking about it or really focusing on some of the efforts in Texas and across the world? For us, we believe wholeheartedly it is a shared responsibility. It doesn't just fall on the shoulders of governments or public entities. It's really important for all of us to collaborate to create real change. And we believe that the private sector has a very large and substantial role to play in that area. So just backing up for a second, I'm going to move my picture so you can see the slide. When we talk about what we're doing in our brewery watersheds, just to give you an assessment of what that means, we do what we call watershed risk assessments, and we have 28 breweries across the world, and we rely on a good high quality and quantity of water in those watersheds. So we evaluate each watershed to see if there's risk. Is there a long-term risk of either water scarcity or water drought, water stress? So for us, we do that. And part of the reason we focus on Texas is we've got that great brewery, hopefully many of you have seen, right in Fort Worth, right off the interstate. And it relies on the Trinity River watershed as its source of water. And as you well know, that watershed is stretched. It is relied on by 50% of the population in the state of Texas. And as you also well know, being Texans, with the population growth and demand, the agricultural growth and demand, the industry growth and demand, the watersheds in Texas are extremely stressed and have often experienced drought-like conditions. So we selected this watershed not only to show good leadership and protect the valuable water resources, but also to engage with others and helping collaborate and look at issues like turbidity and other issues like low dissolved oxygen or high nutrient levels. So let me tell you a little bit about what we did. It actually, and I shouldn't say we, I should use this really, it started with the Prices. So this is Gary and Sue Price. They are also within the Trinity River watershed, and they have a cattle ranch about an hour and 45 minutes outside of our Fort Worth area. And back in probably about 2011 or 2010, we were introduced to the Prices. They're a fabulous, very strong conservationist, environmentally minded couple and family on this ranch. And so they were interested in looking at some conservation and some sustainable practices. And we came to them through a nonprofit partner and said, we will be willing to help invest with you and actually help put these practices on your land. And then we'll work together to see the results and see where we can go. So Molson Coors helped fund some of their practices. We actually planted riparian buffers. So on those days, because this is really during some of the toughest drought conditions that you've experienced, when the rain actually would come and move so quickly into the rivers, it helped keep it out of the riverways and the sediment from going in, and really help keep it, improve the quality of water within the riverways. We also planted native vegetation. And in fact, what we did is we planted this prairie grass that's taller than a human being. And what that was also able to do is when the water came down, hold the water in the ground longer. And as I mentioned, they're cattle ranchers. So we also work with them to put up some fencing. And that helped keep the cattle from going through the rivers, ruining, the sides of the banks of the rivers, and really keep everything in better conditions. And what we were able to see after about a year or two of working with the Prices is really remarkable results. I know you all probably remember that drought real closely, and other droughts that you've seen throughout the years. But at that time, so many cattle ranchers were losing their cattle. The rivers had dried up. They were really just barren. And it was really dire circumstances. But the Prices, because of this, type of actions and others that they put in, they didn't lose a single head of cattle. And even more so, they didn't even have to bring in any extra hay because they were able to keep their grass and everything so moist so that they can actually feed their cattle. So you can imagine we were thrilled, and we worked with the prices, and we brought in other nonprofit partners. Trinity River Water Association was one of them at the time. And we started to do kind of lunch and learns and practices on their ranch, and other ranchers and landowners and farmers came just to learn a little bit more about what was happening. And then slowly that started to build. We got to about 2012, and our program evolved, and it was called Water as a Crop, and still is called that. And one of our major partners in that program has been NRCS. And they've been able to use NWQI equip funds to help also fund this programs and others. So they came in first with the prices, and the Tarrant Regional Water District, who's been fabulous, and we work with them hand in hand on their long-term strategic plan, as well as the Texas State Soil and Water Conservation Board, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, EPA, Navarro Soil and Water Conservation District, Ellis Prairie Soil and Water Conservation District, and then many other private sector partners. And collaboratively, we were able to grow from 2012 to 2020, this long-standing partnership. And we were able to bring others to the table and really continue to drive and really leverage some great results. So now fast forward to 2020, we have now tackled over 64,000 acres that are all relying on the Trinity River watershed. We have over 250 landowners and growers and farmers and ranchers that are part of the program. In the last 2 years, we've actually implemented 16 different conservation practices. So everything from low-till, no-till, soil health management, riparian buffers, cover crops, a long list of conservation practices. And what we're really proud of is collectively, all of these partners have been able to restore over 7.5 billion gallons of water to the Trinity River watershed. So just, we're super excited about the role we play, but also are really passionate about this ability of working together across industry, across all practices to really drive, very exciting and hopefully successful results. In addition to those, just some other obviously really important metrics. Just in the last 2 years, the practices that we've put collaboratively on the ground have reduced the phosphorus reduction by 5,162 pounds. We've also reduced nitrogen loads by 58,000, little more than 58,000 pounds, and a total sediment reduction of over 2,000 tons. So where are we going from here? We started to expand. As a company, we got really excited. Our brands got excited. They care about what's happening in water. So one of our major brands, Coors Seltzer, has brought the notion of water restoration within their marketing campaign. So for every 12-pack of Coors Seltzer that you purchase, we will restore 500 gallons of water. And we're aiming to actually restore 5 billion gallons of water, not just in Texas, unfortunately, but all across the country with our Coors Seltzer campaign. This is just another example through the brand that we're working on a project in the McKinley Parks Foundation. And it's a habitat restoration project. And it's all about planting native riparian trees. We're looking and aiming to plant 1,670 trees that will help put up a riparian buffer and positively impact the streams in that area. And then another step in the right direction is we were able to bring others to the table. So many of you in this room have now joined what we are calling the Texas Water Action Collaborative. Because of the great, and exciting work that we saw happening in the Trinity River, we brought other partners to the table, including Frito-Lay North America, PepsiCo, Coca-Cola North America, and Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages, Keurig Dr. Pepper, Limnotech, Ecolab, and Danone North America. And believe me, the list is continuing to grow. We also brought other conservation and government members to the table. Bonneville Environmental Foundation, who I should mention is our key partner in the Coors Seltzer campaign as well. NRCS still, Tarrant Regional Water District, Trinity River Authority, our great host today, the Texan by nature, and the University of Texas at Arlington. So through this partnership, what we're aiming to do is start with the roots that we have, the one that we mentioned earlier that has 7.5 or 6 billion gallons restored, try to get other corporations involved in that project, and at the same time find other conservation practices that have similar notions and similar aims in mind. So we're hoping it's not just one company, it's not just one government agency or one conservation group, but if we collectively work together.
Hi, I'm Frank Weary, and I'm chairman of the Exploration Green Conservancy, an all-volunteer nonprofit dedicated to the Exploration Green project. The project itself is a conversion of an old golf course into a combination of stormwater detention, recreation, and conservation area. It's a joint venture between ourselves, the Conservancy, and the Clear Lake City Water Authority. We're located in southeast Harris County, southeast Houston, about a mile north of the Johnson Space Center. We are completely surrounded by homes, apartments, and some retail. When the area started development in 1965 to support the Manned Space Center, stormwater detention was not a tool in the toolbox for flood mitigation. So no stormwater detention was built. By the early 2000s, we were experiencing some fairly severe flooding. Pictures here are from an 8-inch rain. And it didn't take a big rain. 8 to 10-inch rains are pretty common in Clear Lake. So we were seeing flooding fairly often. But we were built to the standards that existed for the county and the city. And so the county and the city weren't interested in doing flood mitigation projects. They didn't have the money. Clear Lake City Water Authority is charged with responsibility for getting stormwater runoff, surface drainage, into the channels that are owned by the county. So they looked around and said, hey, let's find out what could be done for flood mitigation. They went to Rice University and commissioned a couple of hydrology studies to recommend what they might do. The studies found two primary observations. First, rainwater falls much heavier in Clear Lake than it does for the standards of the Harris County and the city of Houston. Recommended changing the standard that we used for flood mitigation from a 6-inch rain to a 12-inch rain. They also looked around and said, hey, the old golf course that just shut down is piped up to get surface drainage from 2,000 acres that surround it. We recommend you buy the old golf course and convert it to stormwater detention because it's already piped up for it. You don't have to spend a whole lot of money for creating the infrastructure to support that. So in 2005, the Water Authority began to move forward with buying the golf course. It took a lawsuit and 6 years to complete that process. It also gave time for the Water Authority to think about what they might do in addition to stormwater detention. They had some ideas, but didn't know what the community really wanted. So they decided, let's ask the community. We're a mile away from the Space Center. We got rocket scientists that live right here. Let's ask them what they want to do. So we scheduled a series of town hall meetings. First one was just information sharing. The second meeting, we took the ideas that came out of the first meeting, categorized them into 9 major categories, and we asked the 400 people that attended to self-select which one of those ideas they wanted to follow up on, telling them what we're going to do is let you form a subcommittee, choose your own chairman, go out and spend the next 4 months fleshing out the ideas, the concepts that are here, coming back with information on the benefits, costs, or funding possibilities, how we move forward with the concept that you're wanting to follow. They did that, and by October, We had our third town hall meeting, again, 200 to 400 people out each session. Almost 400 people attended that third session. The committees reported out on their various projects, their various concepts to fit in with the project. At the end of the presentations, everyone at the meeting was asked to rank the various proposals in their preference order. And that became the input for the master plan. A lot of good ideas came forward. A lot of good ideas were implemented. Some of them were completely the opposite of what we expected going in. Finally, in 2013, a year after we started, the master plan came forward. 200 acres, 6 miles of trails, 5,000 trees, 150,000 wetlands, holding 500 million gallons worth of water, keeping that water out of the bayou during the heavy rain periods, lowering flood probability for 2,000 homes that would otherwise be flooded. Great benefit there. Master plan has basically been unchanged since it originally came forward. $50 million is the cost of the plan. 40 million of that was going to be paid for by the Water Authority. They were responsible for getting the water, so they were going to pay for the excavation, the engineering, and the grading. The amenities to go with it, the trails, the trees, the benches, on and on, that was coming from the Conservancy. We would raise money through grants from foundations, state organizations, donations from corporate, donations from individuals, and from civic organizations. We've done pretty well. Of the $10 million we've so far raised or got commitment for $9.5 million. Coming up pretty close. So 2016, 3 years after the master plan issued, we start construction. In the interim, we had organizations come forward and say, hey, we want to give you the wetland plants that you need to plant, but we need to put some nurseries in there so that we can grow the wetlands plants, let them replicate so we don't have to continue buying these things all the time. We had another organization come forward and say, hey, we want to give you Trees for Houston, 5,000 trees, 1,000 per section. We'll give you the first 1,000 now so that you can take them, let them mature a little bit so they have a better chance of survival. Great, but we need someplace to put them. So we started a tree nursery as well as our wetlands nursery. Both great ideas because it gave us a way to bring in volunteers, give them something productive to do, and give them training that they could share with other people on the care of the plants, the importance of the plants, and how to put them out there. Finally, in October of 2016, we started construction, had the permits, had the detailed engineering done. Doing the project and doing that first phase in 3 different pieces worked great because the first piece we did, which was small, worked as a great demonstration project. We could bring in the public, we could bring in fundraisers to say, look, this is what we're talking about. This is what it really means. Gave us some credibility with both groups. Things were going along pretty well, finished the first one, the second one, working on the third one, had it about 80% done. When in August of 2017, Harvey came to visit. Harvey filled up the completed portions of the lake, both sections, overnight. Filled them up. It overflowed the dam that we had separating the completed portion from the incomplete, washed it away that night. Put 100 million gallons, 12 foot of water in that section that stayed there until it could drain out into the bayou almost a week later. Worked exactly like it was supposed to. The whole project will fill up and drain out without any manual intervention, no valves, no pumps. Mother Nature does it for us. And it worked. We know of at least 150 homes that were spared from flooding. There are 150 homes that we have documented that flooded in a 6 to 10 inch rain. repeatedly. They did not flood in the 50+ inches of rain from Harvey. It works. We had doubters that overnight became supporters. We've completed 2.5 sections. One of the sections we had to break into 2 pieces for engineering considerations. That section will be completed this year, along with section 4, section 5 next year. The only thing that's left is a grand entry plaza that will serve as a magnet to pull people into the project. Great idea, great concept. We're in detailed architectural design on that now. That's where we need the other $500,000 is to complete that. We have base funding there already. We're working on it. We'll get there. Getting community support and involvement has been a keystone for the project all along. Our nursery days, planning days shown at the bottom there. People of all ages, kids to mature adults, working together to do the planting, to care for the plants in the nursery. We also recognize that not everybody is going to do that. So we scheduled squawk walks, birding events, guided birding events, wetland walkabouts, same sort of thing for taking people around, showing them the plants that are there, telling them why they're important, telling them what they do. Celebration events, Earth Day, grand openings, what have you. Been very successful. We were running an event about 1 per week until COVID hit. After that, went down very quickly. We're beginning to build back now as things open up a little bit. One thing that the COVID experience did is that medically, it was recommended you go outside for exercise. Go outside where you can socially distance, where you can be around other people, but socially distance and get some exercise. Our trails were designed expressly for that. They're 10 foot wide. You can meet somebody coming in the trail and still have 6 foot between you without any problems. Our users went from 100 per day to over 300 a day and continue to climb. Can't do it alone. Got to have partners. The folks at the top all gave us support, counseling, information, guidance, and in many cases, help on getting people out. Master naturalists were great at training some of our volunteers. Folks at the bottom, major funding partners. Can't do it without the help. We've come a long way. We've got a lot left to do. We've been recognized multiple times in local and national publications. We've received 14 different awards, local, regional, national. Our $50 million investment is beginning to pay off economically. Before the project, the area around the old golf course was sliding into blight. Home prices were depressed in that area relative to the rest of Clear Lake. Once the project went in, home prices have rebounded. They are now on a par with the rest of Clear Lake. That movement was worth $120 million. The 2,000 homes we're protecting from flooding, on average, would flood about every 7 years. Now we'll avoid that. The savings from that is about $300 million. But more important to us are the people and ecological benefits. We talked some about the lifestyle, the number of folks out on the trails. Ecologically, the wetlands soak up fertilizers, road oils, heavy metals that would otherwise go into the bay. The fact that we've converted from a manicured golf course to open green space has been a boon to local wildlife. The number of species went from about 300 to over 1,000 and climbing, different species. And the population, the number of birds, reptiles, has seen a similar increase of 3 to 4 times. The fact that we do this community gathering thing also gives us a great benefit because we can train people on what's going on there, how it benefits them. But for us, probably the most satisfying is the fact that the community has come together worked together to bring this thing to pass. More work to do. We got to finish. We've got to open it up again. We've got to get funding. But the other thing that's happening is that people are now coming to us and asking us, how did you do that? What did you do? What exactly have you got? How did you put it together? We're beginning to serve as a model, and we think it's worthwhile replication. So yeah, we're more than willing to share that story. You know,
Hi, I'm Sarah Ziomic, Sustainability Project Manager at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. DFW is honored to be recognized as part of the Texan by Nature 20 for the second year in a row. We're grateful for the work Texan by Nature has done to connect conservation and business leaders across the state. And we've been inspired by the achievements of our fellow Texans and look forward to helping advance each other's efforts to make a positive impact on people, prosperity, and the environment. Spanning almost 27 square miles and more than 17,000 acres, DFW Airport covers an area larger than Manhattan. We're owned by the cities of Dallas and Fort Worth, and like a city, we have our own post office, police, fire, and EMS departments. DFW Airport also serves as a major economic generator for the North Texas region, producing over $37 billion in economic impact each year. We're proud to be the first carbon neutral airport in North America and the largest in the world. North Texas is among the country's fastest growing regions, and with rapid growth comes competition for resources. For example, population growth stresses our transportation infrastructure, a physical resource, and increases congestion. Congestion produces increased vehicle emissions and negatively impacts our local air quality, an important natural resource. And so as the airport grows, we seek to do so in a sustainable way that simultaneously expands capacity while minimizing strain on our resources. We are constantly evaluating how our operations impact the community, the environment, and the economy. Like many other large infrastructure developments, airports can be both major economic engines and potential threats to human and environmental health and well-being. And while airports are widely recognized for their economic contributions, they have historically been viewed as sources of noise, air, and other environmental pollution. The Dallas-Fort Worth region is home to the corporate headquarters for over 20 Fortune 500 companies, and businesses regularly cite DFW Airport as one of the reasons for relocating here. As demand for goods and services increases, aircraft must also increase, though. Increased aircraft activity translates to more aircraft noise and emissions for communities near the airport. But at the same time, if an airport does not expand its capacity, people and businesses may relocate to areas that have better supply chain connectivity. So why is conservation and sustainability important to DFW Airport? Airports are definitely engines of the economy, but they also have potential to be engines of health, both for the environment and the surrounding communities. We often refer to DFW Airport as a complex, interconnected ecosystem. Our airfield and terminals lie at the geographic and operational center of this ecosystem, which relies on a vast network of transportation infrastructure, utilities, and communications to facilitate the flow of people and freight between air and land. And all of the activities connecting air and land take place at an intersection of the natural and the built environments, in a location where you can find both miles of runways and miles of forested streams. We recognize that the impacts we have on one area translate to cascading impacts across the entire system. For example, economic growth enables our region's prosperity, but it also comes at a cost. Development places a burden on our natural systems, including our air, land, and water. And at the same time, degraded natural systems place a burden on human well-being and inhibit economic development. It's clear that airports have the potential to have significant impacts on our natural, social, and economic systems. And in order to achieve sustainable development for our airport, we must adopt a holistic systems approach to how we do business. In a 1987 report titled Our Common Future, also known as the Brundtland Report, the United Nations World Commission on Environment and Development first introduced the concept of sustainable development, defined as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. The report investigated the causes of environmental degradation and outlined the need to understand the interconnections between the environment, human actions, and economic growth, which today we know as the 3 pillars of sustainability: people, planet, and profit. In 2015, world leaders adopted these 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, to expand on the 3 pillars of sustainability. And our philosophy on sustainability is that it must be a balanced approach that includes consideration of all 3 pillars. If we focus only on the planet and people but ignore economics, we won't have the funding to invest in people and the planet. When DFW opened in 1974, it had 4 terminals and 3 runways. Today, we have 5 terminals and 7 runways. The airport is a busy transportation hub that connects people and goods all over the world, but it also supports industrial, office, and retail development outside the areas used for aviation operations. We recognize that resource consumption cannot continue to grow at the pace of our region or our industry post-COVID. This will lead to rising costs, operational inefficiencies, negative experiences for our customers, and environmental degradation. And so our strategy has been focused on decoupling growth from negative impacts and depletion of our resources. Our path to carbon neutrality is one example. In 2016, DFW became the first airport in North America to achieve carbon neutrality. And from 2010 to 2019, we reduced absolute carbon emissions by 79%, even while total passengers increased by 29% over that same period. We also transitioned to 100% renewable electricity from Texas wind farms and achieved a 32% reduction in electricity costs, demonstrating that sustainability can be good for business. This achievement showcased a successful blueprint and created an expectation for us to tackle more complex challenges. Carbon neutrality focused on air, and we also have programs in place to address the other resources. We adopt a broad view of resources. We consider our impacts on natural resources like air, land, and water, as well as our use of resources like energy and infrastructure. Our initiatives include the management of water, waste, energy, emissions and air quality, noise, and wildlife. With our focus on decoupling growth from negative impacts, we've historically concentrated on conserving our resources. Now we're moving beyond a do no harm approach to a do more good mindset. We're shifting from conservation to conservation plus restoration. We want to demonstrate how the pursuit of restoration goals and a focus on improving ecosystem services can provide tangible economic value to our business. Ecosystem services are the benefits people obtain from ecosystems, both directly and indirectly. These include obvious benefits like the provision of clean water and food, as well as essential services we rely on, like flood regulation, water purification, and opportunities for recreation and learning. Our recent work to develop a tree conservation plan for the airport is an example of our focus on improving and restoring the healthy functioning of our ecosystems, even though we're in an urban area. 23% of the airport's land area is forested, and our trees provide us and our communities a myriad of benefits. They capture and store carbon, and they purify the air. They're one of the most cost-effective means of mitigating the urban heat island effect. By shading buildings and cooling the surrounding air, they can help improve building energy conservation and reduce electricity costs for cooling in the summers. Trees also help prevent erosion and treat stormwater runoff, helping to filter out pollutants before the runoff reaches our streams, like Bear Creek, shown in this photo. Trees also provide us a noise buffer between the airport and the community, offer aesthetic value, and create a unique sense of place. Spending time around trees and green spaces is also linked to improvements in mental and physical well-being. And we're looking to maximize all these benefits by enhancing tree cover across the airport. Instead of only preserving existing trees, we're also strategically working to identify areas to plant new trees. Waste reduction is another key priority for us. DFW recently launched a zero waste goal to achieve 90% landfill diversion rates. In 2019, Texas generated more than 7 pounds of solid waste per person per day, representing a 6% increase over the past 5 years. And over the same period, DFW Airport's annual waste to landfill costs doubled as landfill capacity in Texas decreased. While new landfills are being opened, they're located further from the airport, which will cause our hauling costs to increase further into the future. And right now, North Texas has only 35 years of landfill capacity remaining. As part of our zero waste initiative, we're working to transform our business into a circular economy through responsible sourcing, consumption, and reuse of products. We've implemented a successful program to recycle 100% of the waste cooking oil generated by over 200 restaurants in our terminals. Over 200 tons of waste cooking oil has been recycled to date and is being used as a feedstock to generate renewable fuel through our partnership with Neste. This year, DFW also implemented a new contract for organic waste sortation and collection services. This service will allow the airport to collect food waste from aircraft catering kitchens, hotels, offices, and terminal concessions, and haul it to local farms and compost facilities. Construction waste has also been an early focus of our initiative. Last year, DFW achieved a 99% diversion of waste from landfill for all construction projects, which resulted in the avoidance of more than $25 million in disposal costs. To divert construction waste from landfills, materials like concrete, asphalt, and soil are routinely recycled and reused in other airport projects. For example, our recent project to rehabilitate our busiest runway consisted of a full depth reconstruction of 2.5 miles of pavement and subgrade that's more than 5 feet thick. Some of the old concrete slabs were crushed and then reused to form the entry drive for our new Department of Public Safety headquarters. While DFW Airport purchases 100% renewable electricity, energy efficiency is still a priority. As we increase our reliance on electricity, managing how and when we use energy is critical to reducing costs, improving resilience, and lowering our stress on the grid. The recent winter storm underscored the importance of sound energy management. DFW recently upgraded terminal ramp lighting to energy-efficient LED technology. In this photo, the bright white lights around the horseshoe-shaped terminals in the center are the new LED fixtures, and the yellow lights are the older high-pressure sodium fixtures. The new LED lights and controls provide a 75% reduction in energy use, saving more than 4 million kilowatt hours of electricity each year and an estimated $250,000 in costs. The new control system also allows light levels to be raised when there's activity at the gate and then lowered for the remainder of the night, limiting unnecessary light pollution. The previous fixtures were not adjustable, so the lights were at maximum levels all night long. And going forward, we're investigating other strategies to reduce light pollution and participate in the Lights Out Texas initiative. We're also actively exploring new technologies to reduce the energy needs of our buildings and updating our green building standards. Some examples include high efficiency heating and cooling equipment, as well as dynamic glazing. Dynamic glass, or smart glass, adjusts tint levels automatically in response to outside weather and sunlight by passing a low voltage current through a metal coating on the glass. Dynamic glass reduces heat gain into the building, which lowers energy use for cooling, and it also improves passenger comfort by reducing glare while still allowing in daylight. Dynamic glass has been installed at select locations in our terminals, and large-scale installations are located in the new Terminal D extension, as well as our new Integrated Operations Center. Indoor air quality sensors are also being installed at both facilities to help ensure we provide healthy air to customers and employees. We're also building on our strategic partnership with the Department of Energy and the National Renewable Energy Laboratory to optimize energy consumption using artificial intelligence. When passenger volumes plummeted at the beginning of COVID, we expected energy use in our terminals to drop as well, but it actually increased. Going forward, we want to learn how to use advanced modeling of our facilities to optimize our energy use dynamically. Sustainable water management benefits the region and its water supply, which is critical as we face more frequent periods of drought. DFW has partnered with neighboring cities to create a reclaimed water delivery system and recycle treated wastewater for irrigation and other non-drinking purposes. The use of reclaimed water has reduced potable water use by about 100 million gallons per year. DFW has also been able to further reduce the amount of potable water used for irrigation by watering the on-site golf course with non-potable water from our lake, pictured here. We're committed to improving water quality as well, and we participate in the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality's Clean Rivers program. Through our watershed management program, we monitor the quality of surface water entering and leaving the airport so that we can understand our contributions and mitigate negative impacts. Approximately 1,900 acres of DFW property is protected from future development, and the majority of our protected areas fall within the floodplains, plus a buffer of our major waterways. Maintaining natural riparian corridors around our streams helps protect the quality of our surface waters. Finally, it's important to note that we didn't get to where we are today on our own. Our success depends on our partnerships with a very diverse group of internal and external partners. At DFW Airport, our vision is to see travel transformed. We recognize the significance of our impact on the North Texas region, and we want to establish the airport not only as an engine of the economy, but also as an engine of health, both for humans and for the environment. Recognizing that our natural resources underpin the foundations of our economy and of human well-being is one thing. Translating that knowledge into operational changes is a big.
Okay, so it's time for our panel discussion. I think we have one in-person panel member, Sarah Ziomek. I'm sorry, Sarah. And on our remote, we should have someone with Trinity River Crew. Oh, that's great. So we have two. We'll entertain people while you're making your way down here. So also joining us, I think, Kim Murata with Molson Coors. And is that Frank Weary with Exploration Green? Very good. Okay. So questions for our panelists. I might want to start off with one for Frank. It was Frank with Exploration Green. Some amazing results that you were able to demonstrate there, but hard work and hard-won victories over a long time period. The financial impacts that seem to be directly measured by increasing the floodplain capacity in Houston. Is there opportunities, and have there been some explorations of replicating that, but perhaps with private investment? And when you look at a $50 million project that arguably saves $300 million over a 7-year period, that seems to be ripe for private investment somehow.
It might be a good idea for folks like insurance companies, what have you, to look into. It tends to come up more often. Most of the questions that we get are from other groups like homeowners, various municipal utility districts. How did you do it? What did you do? What's it look like? And we're more than willing to share that information and give them ideas on how they might be able to move forward.
That's great. Good success there. Do we have questions up there yet? Jenny?
Should have worn my sunglasses.
Okay, so a question for Sarah. How many other, so DFW Airport was first in many ways becoming carbon neutral and remains the largest carbon neutral airport. How many other airports have been encouraged just as somewhat of a byproduct of DFW's success there?
Well, today there are over 60 carbon neutral airports throughout the world, but there are many other airports in various stages of their sustainability journey, whether that's carbon management, air quality, water quality. And so as airports, we meet regularly and we talk with our peers at other airports and others in the aviation sector to share best practices and share what we're learning. Because at DFW, we've had the opportunity and the support to test new ideas and new initiatives, and we want to constantly share what we learn. But we want to share what we learn with others beyond the aviation sector. So we want to talk to other industries, other sectors, and share with them as well, to be a leader in sustainability and conservation, not just for airports, but for the country and the world as a whole.
Okay, well, a little bit of a follow-up there. Do you use a uniform set of measures that you can compare yourself to over time so that you can, I guess, certify to that carbon neutrality claim?
Yes, we do. Each year, we measure our carbon footprint, and that is certified by a third party, and it's audited. And so we're able to measure our progress year over year by measuring our carbon footprint that way. With other sustainability metrics like water quality, we have key performance indicators. We measure energy reduction, kilowatt hours of energy use, gallons of fuel reduced, gallons of water saved. So we have key performance indicators that we're able to measure our progress internally year over year and compared to others too.
That's great. Questions from our Slack channel. So those of you that are remote, remember that you can come on to our Slack channel and ask questions. Looks like we've got one up there.
Yeah, this is for Richard with the Trinity River crew. How could other organizations replicate the program that you've put together?
Well, Groundwork USA is a national program, and we're one of the trusts under that program. Texas is a very large state, and there are other cities that could benefit from the Groundwork Dallas program that we offer. I mean, we have Houston, you have San Antonio, Austin, El Paso, yet as large as this state is, the only groundwork trust in it is in Dallas. And working with these youth, and I'm sure a lot of these other organizations understand that when you can open up their eyes to the environment, they can use that education to identify problems, give them problems that they can solve. Obviously, you don't want to set them up for failure, so start small in their neighborhoods, and then you can start building up to your community, to your city, to your state, your county, federal programs, to give them opportunities in the outdoors. We provide recreational opportunities. A lot of these youth in these underserved neighborhoods have never been outdoors. A lot of them that we take camping, 90% easy, have not been camping in a tent before. And we provide opportunities to go to some iconic national parks. We send youth out to do conservation work at Glacier National Park or Yellowstone or the Grand Tetons. That's part of this program that we provide in the summertime. So we could benefit by expanding this program into other cities and giving these other youth that are underserved these same opportunities.
That's great. Question for Kim with Molson Coors. As you expand brewing capacity across your enterprise, how will you meet the future water demands, and are there some different strategies you will use going forward in the development of your brewing capacity, or however you talk about that, than might have been incorporated into facilities in the past?
Sure, thanks for the question. I'm laughing as I'm looking at the screen now and the 2 potted plants, and I'm hoping that maybe there's not a sign up there that says, not, smarter than a potted plant. but I just can't help. Sorry, I was just looking at that. No, really great question. So when we look at our watersheds and we look at our breweries, we have about 29 breweries across the world, and we want to make sure to protect the watersheds where we have the biggest issues, so stress or scarcity like we have in Texas. So we tend to direct most of our capital investments toward those breweries where we can really make a difference. We also tend to do most of our innovations and most of our work within those breweries, because if we can not only reduce the water that we're using in our breweries, reuse the water that we're using in our breweries, and recycle, that's where we can have a really positive impact. And as I talked about before with that other program, it goes hand in hand. So it's one thing to be really tight within your own house, but to really look within that watershed and collaborate with the other water users, including Dallas, Fort Worth, and others, and really look for opportunities where we can keep water in those watersheds so that it's available for the long-term use for everyone. And so that's really kind of our 2-point strategy when we're looking at breweries and brewery watersheds.
All right. Well, no beer, no water is a real compelling, or no water, no beer, rather, is a real compelling title. I'm wondering if you might think of, drink beer, save water. That one's free, by the way. I'll donate that to your marketing people. No charge.
Sounds good. Thanks.
So, question up top.
Hi. My question's for DFW Airport. You mentioned that the airport was investigating some other ways to reduce light pollution. What are some of the challenges that you face in doing that now, and how might you overcome them?
Hi, that's a great question. Some of the challenges that we face is that we're an essential operation. Air travel doesn't stop at night. So one of the challenges is that within our central terminal area, there are facilities that the lights have to stay on. For safety, our parking garages are one example, and lights out on the ramp, out on the tarmac, so that pilots and ground crews can see safely. But beyond that, there are lots of other opportunities to reduce light pollution, and then along with that, reduce energy use. DFW Airport is massive, and most people just, when they picture it, they think of the terminals alone and the airfield. But we have several buildings across our campus. We're a city, essentially. And so there's several other buildings and facilities throughout our campus that aren't directly related to essential air operations, and so those would be prime for light reduction opportunities at night. So both facilities that we operate ourselves and that some of our tenants operate. Great question.
One more question up top.
Yes. Mine's for Exploration Green. I had wanted to ask, over the past year in the midst of COVID-19, has there been substantial hurdles that you guys have had to overcome in terms of volunteer work related to the park? I know I saw photos during your presentation, but navigating through COVID and also the opportunities with manpower.
Yeah, COVID did have an impact on us relative to our volunteers. Instead of having 175 to 100 people show up for nursery maintenance, we had to limit it. Instead of getting 50 to 200 people out for doing tree and wetland planting, we're holding it back to like 25 people, what have you. On the other hand, COVID, as I mentioned, did have a positive impact on the number of users of the trails because of the encouragement to get people outside and exercise outside. Our trails were designed for exactly that type of effort. The only problem we had was all of Houston, early in the COVID period, shut down all of the parks, all the city and county parks on Memorial Day. We decided we would shut down on Memorial Day rather than be swamped with people that we couldn't have them socially distanced. That's the only day that we've been down throughout the entire COVID period.
Question for Rick with Trinity River Crew. So one of the objectives, it sounded like in your presentation, was that you're showing these kids pathway to career opportunities, perhaps in conservation. Have you been able yet to see any fruit of that labor there? Any interests in career opportunities? And how are you going about the career opportunity pathway?
Our program has started back in 2017, so we still have high school students that were freshmen that are still coming up through the program. Sure. So it's going to be a while before we see those fruits. We've had a lot of our students go off to be scientists. Some of them scientists, some have gone up to do conservation work with different corps around the U.S. That's been really good for them. As far as the job education, Katharina, who's our youth coordinator or our education director, she takes them through the different processes of becoming an environmentalist, to look at the environment, testing water, getting them certified, exposing them to this youth to different opportunities out in the environmental field. And then hopefully they can pick up on this interest and pick up that as a career. During the job training program, we also introduce them to other industries. Not everybody's going to be in the environmental field. They may want to go into something else. This was a tough year for COVID, like it was everybody. And, but 2 years ago, we had the Dallas Zoo was involved, to get into working with animals, working with the city. We have a training program that's kicking off this year to take the youth through a program that once they have completed it, they'll be able to say that I finished the Groundwork Dallas Job Training Program, put that on their application process or application, and use that to further bump them up to being hired with the city of Dallas. We focus a lot on underserved youth. I know that if you grew up in that environment, I was one of those guys, you didn't know what was out there. You didn't know who could help you. You didn't have a light at the end of the tunnel. You're wondering, when I get out of high school, am I going to get a job, or what kind of jobs are going to be out there? So that's one of the things we focus on, is give them that light, to show them different opportunities, let them pick their path, and hopefully, they succeed in life. The other part of that is I like pushing people outside of their comfort factor. For those folks who stay in their comfort bubble all the time, you'll never experience anything new. You'll be afraid to take that extra step. You'll be afraid to go try this out. So I like to push that envelope a little bit to let them know that you can do these things and still be safe, and look at these other opportunities that may be out there and just reach for them and give that a shot.
That's great. You guys are doing great work. We have a question up top.
Yes. So this question is for Sarah. What are DFW's water quality KPIs, and can you share your expertise on elevating the importance of protecting water quality across all industries in Texas?
That's a great question. Right now, we measure both water quality and water conservation. So on the water conservation side, we're looking at gallons of potable water that we are able to reduce. For water quality, we're looking at our impact on our receiving waters. We have 8 watersheds across the airport. So we're continuously monitoring dissolved oxygen, hydrocarbons, things that could be runoff from our industrial activities, sediment possibly from construction. But going forward, we want to expand this, and water and biodiversity are one of our major focus areas, our major North Stars, we're calling them, moving forward. And we recognize that water is a vital resource, and that's something our whole panel has touched on today. I think several people have mentioned the multi-year drought we had lasting from 2010 to 2015, where lake levels were low. The city of Wichita Falls, for example, was close to running out of drinking water. And so we realize water is a critical resource for all of us, no matter what region you're in. So going forward, we're looking to expand and use not just the KPIs we have in place today, but to develop new ones that are more focused on the functioning of our healthy ecosystems, our healthy streams, healthy riparian corridors. So that's something that we're currently working on today.
And then I have a question For Kim with Molson Coors, you mentioned during your presentation one of the ways you're kind of bringing the consumers into your conservation work with the seltzer campaign. Are you calculating the return on that, like monetarily or reputation, PR, and getting the consumers involved? Is there anything you would share with other industries or companies who are thinking about doing similar work?
Sure, a great question. For us, we made the decision to really lead with our company first and then our brand second, because we really wanted to get that foundation. We wanted to show the leadership, demonstrate the actions, and then figure out where our brands could play. So a couple of years ago, we did the research around core seltzer, and what made the most amount of sense from where we met, where we were as a company, where we could lead, and then how we could have it resonate through our brand. So just that initial insight about what mattered to our core seltzer drinkers really made a difference. And so as we measure it through the Bonneville Environmental Foundation and Limnotech, we are really focused on how much water gets restored. And we've made commitments to restore 5 billion gallons of water across America's riverways and waterways. And so that's certainly obviously tied to this is our projected sales numbers. Now, I would love to see that number become 10 billion and 20 billion, because that means we're doing something really well. It means our consumers are getting the message, they're feeling better about the brand, feeling better about purchasing it, and actually making those purchases. And as a result, more waterways are getting restored. But so we're definitely looking at it. We look at all of our brands really closely to see, how the marketing might impact those areas, brand affinity, purchase intent, and sales. And I hope we see really good numbers as we keep moving forward.
I also have a question for Kim. On a local level and within the Trinity River watershed, kind of a two-part question. What opportunities are there for landowners within that watershed to participate with you? And then is there also an opportunity for other like-minded nonprofits and/or /research institutions to participate that aren't already on your very extensive list?
Absolutely. Yes, and yes, and yes. And you all well know that it might be an extensive list, but hopefully it's just the start, because there's extensive problems. So one of the really great opportunities today is to share this information. We just launched the Texas Water Action Collaborative on World Water Day, so on March 22nd. We would love to invite others to participate. If you're interested, if you're a landowner in the audience or a farmer, rancher, or grower, and you want to get involved, you could either, I know Joni's in the room, she could perhaps direct you and give some, direct information. But we right now are working through the NWI, the EQIP funds, and NRCS. And every year they help bring in ranchers and landowners into the project to help grow it, and then we help fund it. But we're looking to expand that across other conservation groups and other actions. As for the other companies or cities or NGOs that like to get involved, the more the merrier. What we tried to do is figure out what conservation groups needed, where corporations were focused and other stakeholders, and just bring those groups together. And what we've learned, because we're replicating a similar project that we did in California, sometimes it just takes like one or two to get started. So if you have a project and you're able to show the restore benefits, another beverage company might say, I'd like to get involved. I'll put in another $100,000 into that project, or I'll commit, $1 million over 3 years. So that's how we've seen projects really scale up. And that's where you can really make sizable change and have some sort of impact. So we'd invite anyone who's interested in joining us.
Great panel. Thank you to each of our speakers. And thank you for all the speakers that we had today and all of you that have participated. Please give this group a round of applause.
Thanks for having us. Have a good day, everybody.
So, what's the future of conservation? That's where we started off the day. Today we heard many examples that are shaping the future and the way we think about conservation. So what is the future? So we saw examples of innovation with Overland Partners, thinking of our spaces as nature centers instead of just buildings, reframing how we see a problem and a solution. It's collaboration. We saw that with Texas Children in Nature, the City of San Antonio, Marathon Petroleum. It's metrics focused, things that you can measure. We saw that with Texas Brigades. We saw that with Paso del Norte Trail. It's conservation and business working together. We saw that with Cactus Feeders, DFW Airport, Trinity River Crew. It's a reimagination of resources. We saw that with Exploration, Green Conservancy, and Molson Coors. It's realizing a return on conservation, a positive impact to our natural resources, our health, our economy, our Texas. It's a return that keeps us at the forefront of growth. Today, we have an opportunity to take what we've learned and do something different and new and realize a return that may not have yet been imagined. I encourage and challenge each of you to join us. Every Texan making a conservation impact. Thank you for being Texan by nature. Before we move to our final speaker, I just wanted to mention that an event like this doesn't happen by accident, and it's not easy to put together. There are 8 staff people for Texan by Nature that work hard to put events like this together, and I just wanted to recognize them. And you guys raise your hand if you can. Jenny Burden, Taylor Keys, Terry Pearsall, Lauren Hart, Kinsey Cherniak, Sahara Prabhu, Scott DuBois, and Amy Snellgrove. Thank you guys so much. And to introduce, what's that? That's right, thank you. See, there's an example right there of how things don't happen unless you've got good staff. So before we move on, we have one last video, and then we'll move to the introduction of our final speaker.
Green space is so important to have in your community. It is having a connection with nature, being able to use the space to exercise, to go out and meet your neighbors for a sense of community. When I'm walking around in Exploration Green, sometimes it's just to get my day started with nature and sunshine. That's what green space can do. It can be so positive for everybody to enjoy. It also protects my home and hundreds of my neighbors' homes. But it wasn't always like that here, at least not until the Exploration Green project got started.
The biggest storm we've had here has been Harvey. Dropped between 50 and 60 inches of rain in this area alone. We were impacted somewhat by Ike and Rita.
Anytime it rained, it didn't have to be a tropical storm or a hurricane. Our sinks wouldn't drain and the bathtubs would actually back up.
Over the last several decades in cities like Houston, we've seen development grow, and that has created more impervious surfaces, driveways, roadways, parking lots. Water that comes from storms doesn't have anywhere to go. And of course, it also creates problems with wildlife habitat and urban heat island effects. Communities are really getting creative when it comes to solutions.
This area was a golf course. The old golf course shut down in 2003. The owners didn't want to spend any more money on it than they had to, so it began to get overgrown. The land was no good for anybody and was very much an eyesore. In 2005, the Water Authority moved to start buying the old golf course for using it for stormwater detention. They knew that something more could be done with the land other than just putting a fence around a hole in the ground. So they went back and asked the community, what is it you want to see done with this besides floodwater detention? And the community said, green space. The goal of Exploration Green has been and continues to be flood mitigation. When it's complete, we'll be able to hold 500 million, half a billion gallons of water, but it's become a nature preserve, a center for the community, a real plus to the community values, while protecting all of the homes in the area. Phase 1 was about 80% complete, and then we got a visit from Harvey, dumping 50+ inches of rain in the area. That first section, which held about 100 million gallons worth of water, protected 150 homes, at least 150 homes.
Once they started the excavation on phase 2 of Exploration Green, we didn't have standing water in our yard anymore. We could flush our toilets again. And we just saw an immediate difference because now there was actually a place for the water to drain to when it rains.
All of the flood water filling, draining out over 2 or 3 days, happens without any manual intervention, happens without any pumps. We work with Mother Nature, and she really helps us out. The wetlands we've created here clean up the water on its way to Galveston Bay.
These kinds of strategies can be replicated anywhere, and they don't just have to be about achieving stormwater goals. This approach has multiple benefits, including creating wildlife habitat, mitigating urban heat island effects, providing opportunities and places for people to be physically active, for community gathering spots.
It's so great to go out and enjoy Exploration Green for the nature and the beautiful space that it is, but it also protects my home from stormwater and flooding from hurricanes. But what it really does is bring the community together in the spirit of conservation. Exploration Green is why we moved here.
Can y'all see me? I need a little water under my feet here. Our final speaker needs no introduction. She leads with passion and grace. She inspires each of us and all of us to do better for each other in our natural environment. A native of West Texas, a lover of nature, a champion for women, an example for all of us. She has turned her background and passions into positive impact, not only for Texas, but the world. She took her love of reading and nature and Texas to the White House and shared a vision for each that continue to thrive today. It is truly an honor to work with her in realizing the dream and vision of Texan by Nature. Please join me in welcoming former and always First Lady and Texan by Nature founder, Laura Bush.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, Cynthia. Thanks to you and to Texan by Nature board members who are here today. Tina Buford, Joe Crafton, Robert Horton, Elaine Magruder, Roxanne Newman, Neil Wilkins. Neil, thank you for being our MC. Thanks to all of the speakers today. I was so impressed with this idea of using the defunct golf course to mitigate flooding. It was really a really brilliant idea, and it might be something that could be replicated around the state, I think. A special thanks to our partners, HEB, Dell Technologies, Enbridge, Marathon Petroleum, Phillips 66, EOG Resources, Dee Dee Rose, and I see Dee Dee right here with us there, Carolyn and David Miller, Cynthia and Don Stevenson, Lyda Hill Philanthropies, and our silver and bronze sponsors as well. Your generosity makes all our work possible. And thanks to everyone who joined us today in person and virtually. Thank you for your support for Texan by Nature, and thanks especially for funding important conservation efforts in your own communities, on your office campuses, school grounds, airports, and even in your own backyards. Like many of you, I was inspired by the conservationist and naturalist in my life. As an only child growing up in West Texas, my appreciation for our state's natural landscape started early and came from my mother, Jenna Welch, who, if she wasn't reading, could be found outside. My mother was my Girl Scout leader when we got our bird badge, and she became a knowledgeable, self-taught naturalist who remembered the name of every bird and every wildflower. For as far back as I can remember, on spectacular summer nights, Mother would grab a blanket and we'd go outside to lie on the ground and gaze at the sky. Midland, of course, has a huge sky, uninterrupted by trees. Midland's motto was, "The sky's the limit." Imagine growing up in a town with that motto. Maybe that's why Midland produced 2 presidents. And as my mother and I would lay together on the grass, she would say, "Look up, Laura, look up." And it was then that I began to look up and not miss the beauty of the world around us. Since then, conservation and protecting our natural world has remained a constant in my life. I've hiked in a national park with my childhood friends, including Reagan, for the last 30 years. As First Lady, I advocated for the protection of our lands and oceans through the National Park Service and the Marine Debris Initiative. And today I work on conservation through prairie restoration right here at the Bush Center and at our ranch in Crawford. The Bush Center sits on a 15-acre native prairie park that celebrates the natural native environment of our home state. George and I worked with Michael Van Valkenburg to landscape the grounds with the native prairie grasses that once flourished right here in this part of Texas. We planted nearly 930 trees native to Texas, including pecan, Texas redbud, live oak, chinkapin oak, Eve's necklace, and rusty black haw viburnum. Along with these native trees, the grounds feature an amphitheater, a mile-long walking trail, a wildflower meadow, and a 252,000-gallon underground cistern that collects all of the storm runoff from our building, even from the parking lot, and repurposes it to irrigate our native Texas park. Now that we're back working here at the Bush Center, I like to look out the window of my office and see visitors in our prairie park, discovering the joys of nature right here in the middle of the city. Efforts to develop parks in the heart of a city like Dallas are increasingly important, as 80% of our nation's population now reside in urban areas. Exposing more urban dwellers to the natural beauty of our country is critical to maintaining the integrity of our unique natural heritage. But even more important, it's critical to our health. Research shows that being outside and in nature is good for our physical health and our mental health. It's so imperative that we take care of our natural world in order to take care of our health and our future. When George and I moved back to Texas from Washington, I helped found Texan by Nature with a group of friends and committed conservationists. Our goal is to demonstrate that our prosperity and our quality of life are dependent on our natural resources. And as you saw at the summit today, we do this by bringing conservation groups and businesses together through our Conservation Wrangler program, the Texan by Nature certification program, and our Symposia series. We bring partners together to build on the vision of innovative Texans like all of you and like everyone we saw today in these projects. Our Conservation Wrangler program celebrates the best of the best Texan-led projects that align with our mission. Conservation Wrangler is more than just a recognition, it's an accelerator. We work with these projects to broaden their goals, to bring new partners to the table, and to expand their impact in Texas and beyond. Through Exploration Green Conservancy and the Paso del Norte Trail, Texan by Nature supports efforts to increase green spaces in urban areas. We're educating and training Texas youth through our partnerships with Children in Nature, Texas Brigades, and Trinity River Crew. And with Big Bend Coalition, we're providing a new model for conservation driven by rural development. I'd like to thank our conservation wranglers for partnering with Texan by Nature and for making great progress during our pandemic. If you're here in person today, please stand so we can thank all of you for what you're doing for our state. Or is anybody here from any of these projects? I know, great, thank you all. Congratulations, thanks. Marathon Petroleum is delivering oil and gas products and supporting local community efforts to protect wildlife habitat. I think Marathon is also part of our Dark Skies initiative, if I'm not mistaken, that allowed the McDonnell Observatory, which is one of the largest telescopes in the world, to have dark skies out there in West Texas. So they're keeping the lights down on their rigs out there. And DFW Airport is leading the transportation industry in carbon neutrality and land utilization. All these efforts are big, but you know what? We don't have to make it big. Each and every one of us can make a positive difference. All it takes is a good idea and the courage to get started. And I have the perfect way for you to go home and get started. Did you know that Texas is in its peak bird migration season right now? Each year, nearly 2 billion birds migrate through Texas in one of the planet's great wildlife spectacles. The problem is that most of these birds migrate at night and can become disoriented by the bright lights put out by cities. They crash into buildings and to structures, and they die at alarming rates. But the good news is there's an easy fix. Every Texan can participate in protecting our feathered friends by simply turning off your lights at night. And downtowns can turn off their lights of the tall buildings, which are the most dangerous to migrating birds. During Texas peak spring bird migration, which started yesterday and runs through May 7th, turn off your non-essential lights from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. By joining our Lights Out Texas campaign, you'll help our flying friends reach their destination, and you'll contribute to taking care of Texas. I'm proud that Dallas is part of this, and our big downtown buildings are turning off their lights during this period of Lights Out. Our mayor just issued a proclamation to ask people in Dallas to turn off the lights. The Dallas-Fort Worth area and Houston, of course, are the two biggest light polluters during this time of bird migration. And so with Houston and Dallas turning off the lights, we can really save millions of birds. The benefits of conservation on our health, our economy, and our natural world are endless. By uniting conservation partners and encouraging new projects across our state, we can truly change the world. So thank you for doing your part. Thank you for being Texan by nature and for sharing your ideas with us and for in using your platform to inform others. Oh, and when you go home tonight, turn off your lights. I encourage you to do as my mother would and look up. You might see something magical. Thank you all very, very much. Thanks, everybody. Thank you all. Thanks so much. Thank you, Neil. Appreciate you.
Okay, that is the end of our program, but you don't have to leave. You have to leave here, but just not outside, so there's a networking event outside. And thank you all for being here. Thank you for your participation and everything that you do for conservation in Texas. Thank you.